1.2. Of 4 daughters, and when she was 6, she caught polio, a disease which left her with one leg shorter than the other. Her second tragedy came when she was 18. She was riding in a bus when it collided with a tram. She suffered serious injuries, which affected her ability to have children. Although she recovered, she was in pain for much of her life and had 3 miscarriages. But it was this accident and the long periods of recuperation that changed Frida's career plans. She had wanted to study medicine, but instead, she started to paint. The age of 47. She actually carried on trying to finish it on her deathbed, which suggests that it had a strong meaning for her. As with many of her other works, the image contains at least one self-portrait. She is the third woman from the left in the bottom row, but the unborn child next to her may also be a representation of her. It is placed below her father, to whom she was very close. The painting is a kind of visual family tree. At the top are both sets of grandparents. On the left are her father's parents, whose ancestors were German-Hungarian. On the right are her maternal grandparents. Her grandfather, Antonio, had American Indian origins, while her grandmother, Isabel, was the great-granddaughter of a Spanish general. Her parents, Matilda and Guillermo, who were dead by the time this picture was painted, are in the middle of the picture. Their portraits are based on photographs, and it is interesting that they are shown turning away from each other. Their marriage was an unhappy one. They appear with their dead parents in a kind of cloud above their 4 daughters. From left to right, the daughters are Matilda, the eldest, then Adriana, followed by Frida herself, with her niece Isolda, and then with a blanked-out face, her sister Christina. Frida was very close to Christina, but also jealous of her, especially because she had an affair with Frida's husband, the painter Diego Rivera. The next figure is Christina's son Antonio, but it is not clear who the last unfinished face in the very bottom right-hand corner might be.
To use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
1.3. Part 1. Frida Kahlo is Latin America's best-known 20th century painter and a key figure in Mexican art. She has also become a kind of cultural legend. She was born in Mexico in 1907, the third of 4 daughters, and when she was 6, she caught polio, a disease which left her with one leg shorter than the other. Her second tragedy came when she was 18. She was riding in a bus when it collided with a tram. She suffered serious injuries, which affected her ability to have children. Although she recovered, she was in pain for much of her life and had 3 miscarriages. But it was this accident and the long periods of recuperation that changed Frida's career plans. She had wanted to study medicine, but instead, she started to at the age of 47. She actually carried on trying to finish it on her deathbed, which suggests that it had a strong meaning for her. 1.4 Part 2. Grandparents. On the left are her father's parents, whose ancestors were German-Hungarian. On the right are her maternal grandparents. Her grandfather, Antonio, had American Indian origins, while her grandmother, Isabel, was the great-granddaughter of a Spanish general. Her parents, Matilda and Guillermo, who were dead by the time this picture was painted, are in the middle of the picture. Their portraits are based on photographs, and it is interesting that they are shown turning away from each other. Their marriage was an unhappy one. They appear with their dead parents in a kind of cloud above their 4 daughters. From left to right, the daughters are Matilda, the eldest, then Adriana, followed by Frida herself, with her niece Isolda, and then with a blanked-out face, her sister Christina. Frida was very close to Christina, but also jealous of her, especially because she had an affair with Frida's husband, the painter Diego Rivera. The next figure is Christina's son Antonio, but it is not clear who the last unfinished face in the very bottom right-hand corner . 1.5 Expressions for agreeing and disagreeing. 1,
I totally agree.
2,
That's what I think, too.
3,
Absolutely.
4,
I see your point, but
5,
I see what you mean, but
6,
I agree up to a point, but
7,
I completely disagree.
8,
I don't agree at all.
9,
I don't think you're right.
1.6 Personality. Adjectives. 1,
Thorough.
2,
Resourceful.
3,
Self-sufficient.
4,
Steady.
5,
Determined.
6,
Bright.
7,
Sympathetic.
8,
Conscientious.
9,
Gentle.
10,
Straightforward.
11,
Spontaneous.
12.
Sarcastic.
1.7. Phrases. 1.
My father tends to avoid conflict. He never argues with my mother. He just leaves the room.
2.
I don't really like taking risks, especially with money.
3.
She makes life hard for herself because she refuses to compromise. Everything has to be perfect.
4.
She's very stubborn. She rarely changes her mind, even when she knows she's probably wrong.
5.
I worry about my grandmother. She's so trusting that it would be easy for people to take advantage of her.
6.
On the surface, he seems self-confident, but deep down, he's really insecure.
1.8. Idioms. 1. F.
My brother-in-law is very down to earth. He's very sensible and practical.
2. B.
My mom has a heart of gold. She's incredibly kind to everyone she meets.
3. A.
My boss is kind of a cold fish. He's unfriendly and he never shows his emotions.
4. C.
My brother's a real pain in the neck. He's so annoying. He's always taking my things.
5. D.
Dad's a soft touch. I can always persuade him to lend me his car on the weekend.
6. E.
My uncle has a very short temper. He gets angry very easily.
1.9. 1.
Conscientious. Shower.
2. Determined. Fish. 3.
Thorough. Phone.
4. Easygoing. Zebra. 5.
Steady. Egg.
6. Spontaneous. Train. 1.10. Work. Adjectives describing a job. 1. C.
My boss has a deep, authoritative voice. When he speaks, we all stop what we're doing and listen to him carefully.
2. A.
I'm a cashier at a supermarket. I really enjoy my job, but it can be a little monotonous and repetitive. I have to do exactly the same thing every day.
3. B.
I'm an elementary school teacher. I find working with young children very rewarding. It makes me happy because it's useful and important.
4. F.
I work for a small graphic design company, and my job's really motivating. The kind of work I do and the people I work with make me want to work harder.
5. D.
Being a surgeon is very demanding. It's very high pressure, and you have to work long hours.
6. E.
I work at an accounting firm. My job is incredibly tedious. It's really boring and it makes me feel impatient all the time.
1.11. Collocations. What I'm really thinking. The intern.
I've just started my 3rd internship. At the end of it, I will have been an unpaid worker for over a year. It feels as though I'm not in control of my own life, that I'm helpless. Academic qualifications and work experience are almost irrelevant when you're competing against people who have years of experience, many of whom are taking a step down the career ladder. I'm not picky. I've spent time in a children's charity, events management, a press office, but they haven't gotten me a permanent job. It's demoralizing and exhausting. Job hunting is a full-time occupation. I challenge anyone who disagrees with me about this. After clocking out, most people can be free for the night. For the intern, it's time to go home and look for work. I have no idea how many positions I've applied for since graduating, but it's more than 100.
1.12. The same or different? 1.
Colleagues and coworkers mean the same thing.
2.
Quit and resign mean the same thing.
3.
Staff and workforce mean the same thing.
4.
Be laid off and be downsized mean the same thing.
5.
Be out of work and be on leave are different. Be out of work means be unemployed. Be on leave means be away from work because of illness or another reason.
6.
Be fired and be sacked mean the same thing.
7.
Get promoted and get a raise are different. Get promoted means get a better job in the same company. Get a raise means get an increase in salary.
8.
Skills and qualifications are different. Skills are particular abilities, for example, IT skills. Qualifications are exams you have passed or studies you have completed.
9.
Hire somebody and employ somebody mean the same thing.
10.
Perks and benefits mean the same thing.
1.13.
Well, today I'm very pleased to be visiting the Edinburgh offices of Skyscanner, a company which did extremely well in this year's Sunday Times Best Companies to Work For Awards, coming 6th overall and winning outright in the categories for Most Exciting Future and Best Personal Growth. So today we're speaking to a PR manager at Skyscanner. Could you start by telling us a bit about what you do?
So, I am the PR manager for the Danish, Swedish and Turkish markets. I look after our PR agencies there, and what that really means is that I work with them to get Skyscanner messages and stories into the media. So that could be anything from a big report on trends, on the future of travel, to smaller stories about where the Turkish people are going on summer holidays.
And how long have you worked at Skyscanner?
I have just celebrated my year anniversary.
Oh, well, congratulations.
Lots has changed in a year, but all good changes.
And what was it that attracted you to apply for a job here?
I had always wanted to work somewhere that was kind of travel-focused. My previous job was in a very dry environment, so much so that I decided I would go traveling. And then, the day before I flew to South America for a few months, I had an interview here and found out when I was in the Bolivian salt flats that I got the job. So, really nice, yeah.
Skyscanner did very well in this year's Sunday Times survey of best companies to work for. Do you agree that it's a good place to work?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very funny thing, actually, because it very quickly becomes the norm for someone who works here. All these amazing benefits we have. So when you talk to someone else, in another company, you suddenly think, wow, we're so lucky. So, anything from flexible working to the small things like free fruit to people being able to work from their home country. They are all massive benefits that you quite quickly get used to, but I think everyone really does appreciate it.
So I guess it would be difficult to go anywhere else after this.
Yes, very much. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the ploy that they've gone with.
Is there one thing that you'd identify for you as a particularly significant benefit?
I have to admit, what I really love is the flexible working policy. It's a quite casual thing. There is no formal procedure, but it very much places the trust with the employees. So, if I want to leave early on a Friday, there is kind of this relaxed understanding. Do you know what? You'll make up the time when you can. You're in charge. You're the one who knows your workload and your own role, which is really nice. It's quite refreshing because it's quite unusual, especially within a large corporate, organization. And so I particularly like that.
Is there anything that you might change about the company or about the way it treats its employees?
I think. So we're growing at quite a kind of rapid pace. And I think because we have 6 different offices, Beijing, Miami, I think as we grow, it will probably be something that we need to tackle in terms of how we all work together across different time zones. So I think at some point that will be something that becomes more of an issue. It's not at the moment, but I'm pretty confident that Skyscanner will be able to tackle that, and tackle that in good time.
Wonderful. Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
(1.14) 1.
I had always wanted to work somewhere that was kind of travel-focused.
2.
It's a very funny thing, actually, because it very quickly becomes the norm for someone who works here.
3.
So I guess it would be difficult to go anywhere else after this.
Yes, very much. Maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the ploy that they've gone with.
4.
I have to admit, what I really love is the flexible working policy. It's a quite casual thing. There is no formal procedure, but it very much places the trust with the employees. So, if I want to leave early on a Friday, there is kind of this relaxed understanding. Do you know what? You'll make up the time when you can. You're in charge. You're the one who knows your workload.
5.
I think. So we're growing at quite a kind of rapid pace. And I think because we have 6 different offices, Beijing, Miami, I think as we grow, it will probably be something that we need to tackle in terms of how we all work together across different time zones. So I think at some point that will be something that becomes more of an issue. It's not at the moment, but I'm pretty confident that Skyscanner will be able to tackle that.
1.15
Boston transportation workers were on strike yesterday. As a result, it took people twice as long to get to work.
1.16 1.
I want to find a job closer to home so that I don't...
2.
I didn't tell my boss how bad I thought his idea was, so as not to...
3.
Being a doctor is very demanding, partly because of...
4.
Even though I was offered a good salary,
5.
House prices in San Francisco have gone up dramatically, and as a result, young people...
6.
Staff will be given a bonus payment in December due to the...
7.
I wasn't offered the job in spite of having...
8.
The company has not been able to find a buyer, therefore it will...
1.17 1.
I want to find a job closer to home so that I don't have to spend so much time commuting.
2.
I didn't tell my boss how bad I thought his idea was, so as not to lose my job.
3.
Being a doctor is very demanding, partly because of the long hours.
4,
Even though I was offered a good salary, I decided not to accept the job.
5,
House prices in San Francisco have gone up dramatically, and as a result, young people can't afford to live there.
6,
Staff will be given a bonus payment in December due to the rise in annual profits.
7,
I wasn't offered the job in spite of having all the necessary qualifications.
8,
The company has not been able to find a buyer, therefore it will be closing in 2 months.
1.18 Interview with a folk musician, Part 1.
The wren is the king of all birds. On St. Stephen's Day he was caught in the furs. Though he is little, his family is great. Rise up, Mrs. Thomas, and give us a treat. Hello, 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 boys. Hello, hello, hello.
Eliza Carthy, could you tell us a bit about your family background, your parents and grandparents?
I come from a musical family. My parents are folk singers. My father is a guitarist who is known for playing the guitar and inventing a particular style of English folk guitar. He started playing when he was 17, back in the 50s, and really was quite instrumental in his youth in sort of building the 60s folk club scene in London. He was a friend of Bob Dylan and Paul Simon many, many years ago, and is known for reconstructing old traditional ballads, traditional English ballads. My mother comes from a folk singing family called the Watersons, and they were from the north of England. They're from Hull, which is in the north of England, and they were also instrumental in the beginning of the 60s folk revival, the formation of the folk clubs, and the beginning of basically the professional music scene that I work on now.
And were your parents both from musical families?
Really, both sides of my family are musical. My mother's side of the family were all travellers and gypsies. Her grandmother, she was brought up by her grandmother. Both of her parents died when she was very young. She had an uncle that played the trumpet. You know, her father played the banjo. He used to listen to American radio during the Second World War, and he used to learn the songs off the radio like that. Her grandmother was very into the sort of old romantic ballads, like the Spinning Wheel and things like that. And she used to sing when they were little. The whole family sang, the whole family danced. And I was brought up in that kind of a family. My mother and her brother and her sister were in a singing group. My dad joined that singing group, and then when I was old enough, I joined the family as well.
So you had a very musical upbringing.
My upbringing was, I suppose some people might think it was quite a hippie upbringing. I was brought up on a farm that had 3 houses in a row, with me and my mum and dad in the end house, my uncle, my mum's brother, and his wife and their 4 children in the middle house, and then my mum's sister and her husband and their 2 children on the other end house. And we grew up basically self-sufficient. We had animals, and we had chickens and goats and pigs and horses and things like that. And we grew up singing together and living together in that environment in North Yorkshire in the 1970s. Because my parents were professional musicians and touring musicians, we had a lot of touring musician friends who would come and stay at the farm, and they would sing and play all the time. There was music all around when I was a child, and that really that really formed the basis of how I live now.
1.19 Interview with a folk musician, Part 2.
Do you think it was inevitable that you'd become a professional musician?
Well, if you were ever to ask any of us we would definitely have all said no. I wanted to be a writer. My mum certainly didn't want me to go on the road. My mum retired in 1966 from professional touring to raise me. I mean, the road is a difficult place, whether you're traveling with your family or with a band or on your own. And she certainly didn't want that for me. My dad also probably never thought that I would do it, but I ended up following his footsteps and quitting school when I was 17 and going on the road, and I've been on the road ever since.
Can you tell us about your first public performance?
My dad says that my first public performance was at the Fylde Folk Music Festival in Fleetwood in Lancashire when I was 6. And we were at the Marine Hall and they were singing, the Watersons, the family group were singing, and I asked if I could go up on stage with them, and I was 6. And Dad said, well, you know, you probably don't know everything, so just you can stand next to me on stage and we'll start singing, and if you know the song, just pull on my leg and I'll lift you up to the microphone and you can join in. God, it must have been awful. But yes, apparently, the first song they started up singing, tugged on his leg and picked me up and held me to the microphone. I sang that and he was like, did you enjoy that? Yes, I did. Thanks. And put me down again. They started singing the next one. Tugged on his leg, same thing. And he just ended up doing the whole concert with me sitting on his hip, which now I have a 6-year-old. I know how heavy she is. It must have been quite difficult. God bless him.
Has having children yourself changed your approach to your career?
Yes, in a way. Yes, in a way it has. I've just reordered my working year because my eldest daughter has just started school. So I'm not free to take the children with me on the road anymore, and I'm now bound by the school term. So I try to work only on the weekends and in school holidays now, and I try to be mummy from Monday to Friday, taking them to school, bringing them back again. I'm not getting a great deal of sleep, but then I don't know many mothers of 6 and 4-year-olds that are getting a great deal of sleep.
1.20 Interview with a folk musician, Part 3.
You do a lot of collaborations with other musicians. What is it that appeals to you about working like that?
I like working with others. I don't like working alone. I don't know if that's because I don't trust myself or I just don't like being alone. I like being surrounded by a big crowd of people. I suppose that's partly to do with my upbringing. There was always so many people around that I'm at my best. I'm at my best in a large event where loads of people are running around doing things and we're all sort of collaborating with each other and there's lots of ideas and everyone's having a creative time. And that's how I feel. Yeah, that's how I feel I work best, and that's why at the moment I have a 13-piece band, and it's just heaven for me, being with so many people and just feeling like part of a big machine. I love that.
Is there a difference between playing with your family and playing with other people?
Yes, very much so. I'm not sure if I could tell you how different or why it's different. My dad is very eloquent on how and why it's different, and he knows that uniquely because he joined the Watersons, and the Watersons was a brother and 2 sisters. And he joined that. And of course, he was married to my mom, but he wasn't related to her. And there is this thing within family groups, this blood harmony thing, this intuition. You have similar sounding voices, you know where a relative is going to go. And that may be because you know each other so well, but it also may be whatever it is that binds a family together anyway.
Would you like your children to follow in your footsteps?
I get very, very excited when the children love music. I get very excited. My daughter Florence is very, very sharp. She listens and she plays Twinkle Twinkle on the violin, plucking like that, and on the guitar as well. And she has a very, very good sense of rhythm. She loves foreign languages as well. There's a real sort of correlation there between language and singing. She has great pitch. She is able to learn songs and things very, very quickly, and I love that. And Isabella, my youngest as well, she's really showing interest in it. I love it when they do that. As to whether or not I'd want them to be touring musicians, I think I'm probably of the same opinion as my mother, which is no, not really. But you know, I think the world is changing anyway. I don't know how many touring musicians there are going to be in the world in 20 years when they're ready. I don't know.
(1.21) Interview with a folk musician. Looking at language. 1.
And they were also instrumental in the beginning of the 60s folk revival, the formation of the folk clubs, and the beginning of basically the professional music scene that I work on now.
2.
And were your parents both from musical families?
Really, both sides of my family are musical.
3.
My mum retired in 1966, 65, 66 from professional touring to raise me. I mean, the road is a difficult place.
4.
But yes, apparently, the first song they started up singing, tugged on his leg.
5.
Has having children yourself changed your approach to your career?
Yes, in a way. Yes, in a way it has.
6.
The Watersons was a brother and two sisters, and he joined that. And of course, he was married to my mom, but he wasn't related to her.
7.
And Isabella, my youngest as well, she's really showing interest in it. I love it when they do that. As to whether or not I'd want them to be touring musicians.
8.
But, you know, I think the world is changing anyway. I don't know how many touring musicians there are going to be in the world in 20 years.
1.22. 1.
How much do you know about your family tree?
I actually know quite a bit about my family tree on my dad's side. I don't know very much about my mom's side.
Have you ever researched it?
Yeah, my dad actually has done a lot of research, and he can trace us all the way back to the Mayflower.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
I would like to know more about my mom's side. Her father was adopted, so there's a lot we don't know.
2.
How much do you know about your family tree?
I know a fair amount about my family tree. I know we come back from ancestors in Sweden and England, and I know we've traced it back, I think, to the 1500s for some of the lines.
Have you ever researched it?
You know, I haven't personally done a lot of research about my ancestors. I know we have the books and we have the stories and the journals, and it's all there. So I guess I'd be interested to know a little bit about what my ancestors did before they came to America, because I think they were farmers. I'm not entirely sure.
3.
How much do you know about your family tree?
I know a little bit because my dad's done some research into his side of the family. We know that my father's side stretches back to the 1700s in Cornwall. My great-great-grandfather went down on the Titanic. Interesting piece of family history. And we've got some family artifacts for that.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
Probably the wife of the man who went down with the Titanic. I think she had quite an interesting and quite difficult life. She had a baby, brought it up by herself, so sounds like an amazing woman.
4.
How much do you know about your family tree?
I know quite a lot because a relative of my father's did some research on our family tree, about 20 years ago. So, well, I know that my father's family is from Luxembourg. And in fact, when I worked there, I tried to get in touch with some distant relatives, but they weren't interested.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
Well, guess what? It's precisely those relatives who are still living in Luxembourg, but what can I do? If they didn't want to meet me, oh well, I guess it's just destiny.
5.
How much do you know about your family tree?
You know, I know a little bit about my family tree because I was lucky enough to grow up with having great-grandparents in my life until about like 9th grade. So I know a lot from them, and they told me a lot of stories about their parents and grandparents, but it doesn't go much further than that, and that's only on my dad's side. I know about immigration from Russia, but that's all I know. And then my mom's side, I really don't know a lot about, but it's something I'm interested in looking into.
Have you ever researched it?
I've tried to research it a little bit, like doing the Ancestry.com thing, but I haven't really gotten much further than that.
Is there anyone in your family that you'd like to know more about?
I'd love to know more about my great-grandmother's grandmother, so I guess that would be my great-great-great-grandmother. Yeah.
1.23. 1.
I actually know quite a bit about my family tree on my dad's side.
2.
Because I think they were farmers. I'm not entirely sure.
3.
I know a little bit because my dad's done some research.
4.
Well, guess what? It's precisely those relatives.
5.
But it doesn't go much further than that, and that's only on my dad's side.
2.1. 1.
He always referred to his father as my old man.
2.
I like all vegetables except broccoli.
3. The food was acceptable, but no more than that.
4.
I think taking the dog with us is an unnecessary complication.
5.
There was a consensus of opinion that the article should not be published.
6.
It was a very strange occurrence.
7.
Please don't embarrass me by wearing that hat.
8.
During your driver's test, you will be asked to perform some standard maneuvers.
9.
We'll definitely be there by 7.
10.
They married in 2016, but separated 2 years later.
2.2.
I have a spelling checker. It came with my PC. It plainly marks for my review mistakes I cannot see. I've run this poem through it. I'm sure you're pleased to know it's letter perfect in its way. My checker told me so.
2.3. 1.
Hurt. Dishonest. Inherit. Heart. Himself.
2. Throw. Elbow. Lower. Power. Grow.
3.
Compromise. Despite. River. Right. Quite.
4.
Whenever. Why. Whose. Where. Which.
5.
Jealous. Journalist. Reject. Job. Enjoy.
6.
Challenging. Achieve. Chorus. Catch. Charge.
7.
Sense. Seem. Sympathetic. Synonym. Sure.
8.
Awful. Raw. Flaw. Drawback. Law.
9.
Short. Corner. Work. Ignore. Reporter.
10.
Firm. Dirty. Third. T-shirt. Birth.
2.4.
There.
2.5. 1. Mary.
I'm from a small village on the southeast coast of... It's a very small place. Not very many people live there. I liked growing up there, but I think it's a better place to visit than it is to actually live, because there isn't very much for young people to do there. The people are quite nice and friendly, but most people have spent their whole lives there, and their families have been there for several generations, so sometimes it can seem a bit insular.
2. Justin.
I'm from which is on the western coast of in the province of. It's a great place to raise a family. It has a good mix of city things and outdoor activities to do. Vancouver has a population of around 632,000, so it's quite a big city, but it's not so big that you feel overwhelmed. I'd say the people there are friendly and quite welcoming.
3. Jerry.
I'm from in the southeast of. I was born here and I've lived here my whole life. It's difficult to say what the people are like because in a way, it's a city of two halves. Famous for its university, but also, which obviously has people from all over the world, but also, it's a city in its own right. It has a very large BMW factory where they make minis, but it's a nice place. I like it. I've lived here my whole life pretty much, so there we are.
4. Andrea.
So, I'm from which is on the southeast coast of just in the state of. This is a really cultural city, very European. You've got everything from beaches to art galleries, lots of shopping and bars and restaurants, so it's a fantastic city to be in. The people are really laid back and quite friendly there. We've got a very big mixture of cultures there, so a very multicultural city. So it's quite diverse and a really interesting place to be.
5. Lily.
I'm from and it's a nice mix between rural and city life because it has a lot of nature and nice kinds of mountain landscapes where you can go hiking or walking, but it also has nice access to the city and lots of nice little shops and restaurants as well.
6. Paul.
Okay, I was born in the late 50s. I moved to when I went to university, and of course it's a very beautiful old colonial centre with lovely buildings and the aspect of Table Bay with the beautiful backdrop of Table Mountain, wonderful vegetation and a wonderful friendly community of people. It's very vibrant and exciting. People like bright colours in the strong sunlight. It's a very creative environment.
2.6. 1. Mary. I'm from a small village on the southeast coast of Scotland. It's a very small place. Not very many people live there. I liked growing up there, but I think it's a better place to visit than it is to actually live, because there isn't very much for young people to do there. The people are quite nice and friendly, but most people have spent their whole lives there, and their families have been there for several generations, so sometimes it can seem a bit insular. 2. Justin.
I'm from Vancouver, which is on the western coast of Canada, in the province of British Columbia. It's a great place to raise a family. It has a good mix of city things and outdoor activities to do. Vancouver has a population of around 632,000, so it's quite a big city, but it's not so big that you feel overwhelmed. I'd say the people there are friendly and quite welcoming.
3. Jerry.
I'm from Oxford in the southeast of England. I was born here and I've lived here my whole life. It's difficult to say what the people are like because in a way, it's a city of two halves. Famous for its university, but also, which obviously has people from all over the world, but also, it's a city in its own right. It has a very large BMW factory where they make minis, but it's a nice place. I like it. I've lived here my whole life pretty much, so there we are.
4. Andrea.
So, I'm from Melbourne, which is on the southeast coast of Australia, just in the state of Victoria. This is a really cultural city, very European. You've got everything from beaches to art galleries, lots of shopping and bars and restaurants, so it's a fantastic city to be in. The people are really laid back and quite friendly there. We've got a very big mixture of cultures there, so a very multicultural city. So it's quite diverse and a really interesting place to be.
5. Lily.
I'm from New Jersey, and it's a nice mix between rural and city life because it has a lot of nature and nice kinds of mountain landscapes where you can go hiking or walking, but it also has nice access to the city and lots of nice little shops and restaurants as well.
6. Paul.
Okay, I was born in Johannesburg in the late 50s. I moved to Cape Town when I went to university. And of course, it's a very beautiful old colonial centre with lovely buildings and the aspect of Table Bay with the beautiful backdrop of Table Mountain, wonderful vegetation and a wonderful friendly community of people. It's very vibrant and exciting. People like bright colours in the strong sunlight. It's a very creative environment.
2.7.
Do you find it easier to understand native or non-native speakers of English?
Well, I've been in the United States for 7 years now, and I've been exposed to a lot of different accents, not only people from the United States, but from different parts of the world, so I'm used to it. In terms of regional accents in the U.S., I still sometimes have trouble with Southern accents. They're a little more challenging for me because I don't live in the South. The most stressful thing, I think, is talking on the phone because you don't have the face-to-face interaction, so it can be tricky.
How do you feel about having your English corrected?
Well, it hasn't happened much lately, but I don't mind because that's how we learn, you know? We learn from our own mistakes. Sometimes when I'm tired, I might make a mistake with a third-person form, you know, but usually people are quite tolerant. And sometimes I catch my own mistakes, so I'm able to correct myself.
2.8.
Do you have any funny or embarrassing stories related to misunderstanding someone?
Yes, this happened a few years ago. I was trying to organize an evening out with some friends, and one of my friends picked a place for all of us to meet, and he said, "Let's all meet at Hideout." He meant Hideout, you know, like a hiding place, which was the name of a bar. But I completely misunderstood him and thought he said hideout, 2 words, like HIGHDOUBT. So this caused a lot of confusion because I passed on the information to a bunch of other people and everybody got extremely confused and we couldn't find the place. We had to call him to find out where it was, and then we all figured out that I had misunderstood and gotten the name of the place wrong. Yeah, it took us a while, but in the end we all got together and had a good laugh, so it all worked out.
Is there anything you still find difficult about English?
I find that certain idioms related to sports don't come easily to me because I don't know anything about baseball or basketball or American football. And there's quite a few idioms in American English that come from those sports, like hit it out of the park or slam dunk. So even though I do understand them in context, I don't use them because I don't always see the connection. Oh, and spelling. Romanian is a phonetic language, so spelling isn't necessarily as important as it is in English. Sometimes I have to write words out in English, maybe because I'm a visual learner. I have to visualize the letters in my head before I can spell the word.
2.9. Boy by Roald Dahl. Part 1.
Every now and then, a plain grey cardboard box was dished out to each boy in our house. And this, believe it or not, was a present from the great chocolate manufacturers, Cadbury. Inside the box there were 12 bars of chocolate, all of different shapes, all with different fillings and all with numbers from 1 to 12 stamped underneath. 11 of these bars were new inventions from the factory. The 12th was the control bar, one that we all knew well, usually a Cadbury's coffee cream bar. Also in the box was a sheet of paper with the numbers 1 to 12 on it, as well as 2 blank columns, one for giving marks to each chocolate from 0 to 10, and the other for comments. All we were required to do in return for this splendid gift was to taste very carefully each bar of chocolate, give it marks, and make an intelligent comment on why we liked or disliked it. It was a clever stunt. Cadbury's were using some of the greatest chocolate bar experts in the world to test out their new inventions. We were of a sensible age, between 13 and 18, and we knew intimately every chocolate bar in existence, from the milk flake to the lemon marshmallow. Quite obviously, our opinions on anything new would be valuable. All of us entered into this game with great gusto, sitting in our studies and nibbling each bar with the air of connoisseurs, giving our marks and making our comments. Too subtle for the common palate was one note that I remember writing down.
2.10. Part 2.
For me, the importance of all this was that I began to realize that the large chocolate companies actually did possess inventing rooms, and they took their inventing very seriously. I used to picture a long white room like a laboratory, with pots of chocolate and fudge and all sorts of other delicious fillings bubbling away on the stoves, while men and women in white coats moved between the bubbling pots, tasting and mixing and concocting their wonderful new inventions. I used to imagine myself working in one of these labs, and suddenly I would come up with something so unbearably delicious that I would grab it in my hand and go rushing out of the lab and along the corridor and right into the offices of the great Mr. Cadbury himself. "I've got it, sir!" I would shout. putting the chocolate in front of him. "It's fantastic! It's fabulous! It's marvellous! It's irresistible!" Slowly, the great man would pick up my newly invented chocolate, and he would take a small bite. He would roll it round his mouth. Then all at once, he would leap from his chair, crying, "You've got it! You've done it! It's a miracle!" He would slap me on the back and shout, "We'll sell it by the million! We'll sweep the world with this one! How on earth did you do it? Your salary is doubled." It was lovely dreaming those dreams, and I have no doubt at all that 35 years later, when I was looking for a plot for my second book for children, I remembered those little cardboard boxes and the newly invented chocolates inside them, and I began to write a book called Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
2.11 1. From the age of about 7 till I was 16, I went to an all-girls school in Connecticut. 2.
When I was little, and actually still now, I was absolutely terrified of spiders.
3. When I was a young child, I used to have a lot of nightmares. 4.
From the age of about 9, I was sick and I had an overactive thyroid gland.
5. When I was in elementary school, I used to hate school meals. 6.
When I was a kid, we always used to go on vacation to the mountains.
2.12 1.
Adulthood. Neighborhood.
2. Friendship. Membership. Partnership. Relationship.
3.
Boredom. Freedom. Wisdom.
4. Curiosity. Generosity. Possibility.
5.
Awareness. Happiness. Kindness. Sadness. Sickness.
6. Celebration. Frustration. Imagination. Temptation.
7.
Achievement. Amazement. Disappointment. Excitement. Improvement.
2.13 1. Adult. Adulthood. 2.
Celebrate. Celebration.
3.
Curious. Curiosity.
4.
Disappoint. Disappointment.
5.
Free. Freedom.
6.
Happy. Happiness.
7.
Relation. Relationship.
2.14 1.
Anger. Angry.
2.
Shame. Ashamed.
3.
Death. Dead.
4.
Danger. Dangerous.
5.
Belief. Believe.
6.
Hatred. Hate.
7.
Loss. Lose.
8.
Memory. Remember.
2.15. 1. My earliest memory, I must have been about 3, I guess, maybe 2, was when we'd been to a county fair, and I would have gone with my brother, who's a little older than me, and my parents, and I'd been bought a helium balloon, and for some reason the balloon had a snowman inside it. It was only September. I don't know why there was a snowman, but there was, and I took it out into the backyard, and because it was full of helium, obviously, it was pulling on the string. It wanted to fly away, and I let go. I didn't let go by accident. I remember letting go on purpose to see what would happen. And of course what happened was the balloon flew up into the sky over the neighbours' trees and disappeared. And I was absolutely devastated, heartbroken by the loss of the balloon, and stood there crying and crying. And my dad had to go back to the county fair and get me another identical balloon, which did nothing to console me. I kept crying and crying and crying. And that's my earliest memory, not a very happy one.
2. My earliest memory is probably from when I was about 3 or 4 years old, and it was Christmas, and I was at my Nana's house with all my family, and my uncle was reading to me. He was reading The Little Mermaid, except that he was making it up. He wasn't actually reading the words in the book. He was just saying things like, Ariel went to buy some peanut butter and jelly, and things like that. And that made me really mad because I was at an age where I couldn't really read myself, but I knew that he was reading it wrong. So I got really annoyed with him and told him to read it the right way. But yeah, that's my earliest memory.
3.
My earliest memory is from when I must have been about 3. And we were moving to a new house. We moved to an apartment building. And I remember arriving, and it was dark, and we'd had a very long trip. And we arrived, and we went in the door, and we turned the lights on, and nothing happened. And the whole apartment was completely black and dark. No power, no electricity, no lights. And I thought this was terrific. And we had a flashlight, and I was just running around the hall and the rooms, finding all these new rooms, all with a flashlight. And I imagined that it was always going to be like that we'd arrived in an apartment that wasn't going to have lights. So I was always going to have to use a flashlight. And I thought that was going to be amazing. My mother was in tears. Obviously, she was stressed out from the trip and arriving somewhere and having no power. But I was really, really excited by it. And the next day when the power came on, I was really disappointed.
2.16. Are our first memories reliable, or are they always based on something people have told us? What age do most people's first memories come from? John Fisher has been reading a fascinating new book about memory by Professor Drazma called How Memory Shapes Our Past, and he's going to answer these questions for us and more. Hello, John.
Hello.
Let's start at the beginning then. At what age do first memories generally occur?
Well, according to both past and present research, 80% of our first memories are of things that happened to us between the ages of 2 and 4. It's very unusual to remember anything that happened before that age.
Why is that?
There seem to be 2 main reasons, according to Professor Drazma. The first reason is that before the age of 2, children don't have a clear sense of themselves as individuals. They can't usually identify themselves in a photo. And you know how a very small child enjoys seeing himself in a mirror, but he doesn't actually realize that the person he can see is him. Children of this age also have problems with the pronouns I and you, and a memory without I is impossible. That's to say, we can't begin to have memories until we have an awareness of self.
And the second reason?
The second reason is related to language. According to the research, first memories coincide with the development of linguistic skills, with a child learning to talk. And as far as autobiographical memory is concerned, it's essential for a child to be able to use the past tense so that he or she can talk about something that happened in the past and then remember it.
I see. What are first memories usually about? I mean, is it possible to generalize at all?
Early memories seem to be related to strong emotions such as happiness, unhappiness, pain, and surprise. Recent research suggests that 3/4 of first memories are related to fear, to frightening experiences like being left alone or a large dog or having an accident, things like falling off a swing in a park. And of course, this makes sense and bears out the evolutionary theory that the human memory is linked to self-preservation. You remember these things in order to be prepared if they happen again so that you can protect yourself.
Are first memories only related to emotions, or are there any specific events that tend to become first memories?
The events that are most often remembered, and these are always related to one of the emotions I mentioned before, are the birth of a baby brother or sister, a death, or a family visit. Festive celebrations with bright lights were also mentioned quite frequently, much more frequently than events we might have expected to be significant, like a child's first day at school. Another interesting aspect is that first memories tend to be very visual. They're almost invariably described as pictures, not smells or sounds.
First memories are often considered unreliable in that perhaps sometimes they're not real memories, just things other people have told us about ourselves or that we have seen in photos. Is that true according to Professor Drazma?
Absolutely. He cites the famous case of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget.
2.17. First memories are often considered unreliable in that perhaps sometimes they're not real memories, just things other people have told us about ourselves or that we have seen in photos. Is that true according to Professor Drazma?
Absolutely. He cites the famous case of the Swiss psychologist Jean Piaget. Piaget had always thought that his first memory was of sitting in his carriage as a 1-year-old baby when a man tried to kidnap him. He remembered his nanny fighting the kidnapper to save him. The nanny was then given a watch as a reward by Jean's parents. But many years later, I think when Jean was 15, the parents received a letter from the nanny in which she returned the watch to them. The nanny, who was by now an old woman, confessed in the letter that she'd made up the whole story, and that was why she was returning the watch. Of course, Jean had heard the story told so many times that he was convinced that he'd remembered the whole incident.
2.18. The History of English.
Hello, I'm Chris, and welcome to London. But before we move from Big Ben to the London Eye, I need to send a tweet. Only a few years ago, tweet was something only birds did. Now everybody's tweeting, often using text speak or emoticons. But the inventiveness of the English language is nothing new. It has been evolving for over 1600 years.
In AD 43, the Romans invaded Britain, conquering the indigenous Celts and taking over most of the country. In AD 409, they left, and around 50 years later, several tribes from around northern Germany, including the Angles, the Saxons, and the Jutes, better known as the Anglo-Saxons, started to move in. They settled in the east, but unlike the Romans, the Anglo-Saxons didn't set out to conquer. They shared many things with the Celts, including language. Unlike Latin, which had never really caught on with the locals, people started using Anglo-Saxon terms for lots of everyday things, like man, woman, and friend. But then Latin made a comeback. This time, it didn't arrive with Roman soldiers, it arrived with Christian monks.
Christianity became very popular with the locals, and introduced a whole new alphabet and religious vocabulary.
Then the Vikings arrived in around 800 AD. Their warrior spirit was reflected in their language. They raced through the country, ransacking towns and villages, armed with knives and clubs. They took land and goods, but they gave English around 2,000 words. The Vikings and the Anglo-Saxons battled for almost 300 years until the English King Harold won the Battle of Stamford Bridge. But only 3 weeks later, the unlucky Harold was killed by William the Conqueror, a Norman from France, at the Battle of Hastings.
William became the King of England and started building castles all over the country.
French became the language of the wealthy elite. It was the native tongue of all princes, dukes, barons, and dames. But English remained the language of the peasants. Farmers herded cows and sheep, which were Anglo-Saxon words, but the nobility ate beef and mutton, which were French words. Over the next 300 years, the two languages mixed until English eventually won out, albeit with 10,000 new words from the French.
This richer language was the perfect plaything for poets and playwrights, and one literary genius contributed more than most.
William Shakespeare wrote 38 plays and 150 poems. He also coined around 2,000 new words, and his turn of phrase transformed the entire language. The 16th century was also the age of discovery, and for Britain, this meant the birth of an empire that stretched across the globe. The British colonialists often used native words, and soon words like safari from the African language Swahili, pajamas from the Urdu language in India, and boomerang from the native Australian language Daruk had entered the language.
But the country that had the most impact on English was America. The newly independent America needed a new type of English, American English.
American English kept many of the Old English words, so today English curtains are still American drapes. English wardrobes are American closets, and English trousers are American pants.
But the language changed a lot too. The father of American English was Noah Webster.
He created a new dictionary that simplified the spelling of lots of complicated English words. He also introduced uniquely American words like squash, chowder, and skunk.
By the 20th century, there were two main types of English: British English and American English.
But throughout the 20th century, both continued to change and borrow from one another, especially with the invention of computers and the internet. Suddenly, we needed new words to describe our blogs, posts, and, of course, tweets.
Today, English is truly global. There are around 375 million native speakers, and about 1.5 billion people learn it as a foreign language. But it is always changing and shifting to suit our needs. Today, the English vocabulary has over 170,000 words, and counting. We are inventing new words every day, and if we don't know them, we just Google them on our smartphones or send a tweet.
End of CD 1. CD 2. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 5, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Jerry Lambert. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 3.1.
Sophie was heartbroken, but she is one of France's best-known avant-garde artists.
3.2. 1.
I made a real faux pas when I mentioned his ex-wife.
2. When we were introduced, I had a sense of déjà vu, though I knew we'd never met before. 3.
We used to have a secret rendezvous every Thursday at the Museum of Modern Art.
4. She's engaged to a well-known local entrepreneur. 5.
I know it's a cliché, but it really was love at first sight.
6. On our anniversary, he always buys me a huge bouquet of flowers.
7.
I met Jane's fiancé last night. They're getting married next year.
8.
They knew their parents wouldn't want them to get married, so they did it anyway and presented them with a fait accompli.
3.3. Phrases with get. Expressions with get. 1.
I get the impression you're a little annoyed with me.
2.
You'll get a shock when you see him. He looks awful.
3.
Since we stopped working together, we hardly ever get the chance to see each other.
4.
Everyone else laughed, but I didn't get the joke.
5.
When you get to know him, I think you'll really like him.
6.
I need to speak to Martina urgently, but I just can't get a hold of her.
7.
I want to get rid of that awful painting, but I can't because it was a wedding present from my mother-in-law.
8.
I'm going to get back at my brother for telling my parents I got home late. Now, I won't lend him my bike.
9.
He's going to get into trouble with his wife if he's late again.
10.
I tried to walk past him, but he wouldn't get out of the way.
3.4. Idioms with get. 1. I.
Get real. There's no way you can afford that car.
2. J.
Get a life. You're 40 and you're still living with your parents.
3. A.
I'm not getting anywhere with this crossword puzzle. It's just too difficult for me.
4. F.
She really gets on my nerves. Everything about her irritates me. Her voice, her smile, everything.
5. D.
She really needs to get her act together. Her exam is in 2 weeks, and she hasn't even started studying.
6. C.
They get along like a house on fire. They have exactly the same tastes and interests.
7. E.
You should get a move on. If you don't leave soon, you'll miss the train.
8. B.
Your grandfather must be getting on in age. Is he in his 80s now?
9. H.
My boyfriend just never gets the message. I keep dropping hints about us getting engaged, but he doesn't seem to notice.
10. G.
She always gets her own way. He just does whatever she tells him to.
3.5. Phrasal verbs with get. 1. J.
Get together with means meet socially.
2. A.
Get over means recover from.
3. K.
Get on with means continue doing.
4. D.
Get through to means make somebody understand.
5. B.
Get into means start a career or profession.
6. C.
Get around means move from place to place.
7. L.
Get away with means do something wrong without getting caught.
8. E.
Get by means manage with what you have.
9. F.
Get behind means fail to make enough progress.
10. G.
get you down means depress you.
11. I.
Get out of means avoid a responsibility or obligation.
12. H.
Get back to means respond to somebody by speaking or writing.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
3.6.
A first date is loaded with expectation. Will I like them and will they like me? Is this person going to be the one, or will I want to run for the door before the appetizer? Will we have anything to talk about, and if not, how will we get through the evening? Here's relationship expert Jenny with some suggestions on how to make sure that your first date is the best it can be, even if it turns out to be your only date.
Hello there. My first tip is choose the venue carefully. That is, the place where you're going to meet. Try to avoid very noisy places where you can't hear each other, or places where you can't talk, like movie theaters. So a good place to meet might be a quiet coffee shop for some locally roasted coffee, for example, or lunch in a little local place you know. The advantage of keeping the first date short and sweet, meeting for coffee or for lunch rather than dinner, is that if you don't like each other, you don't have to make it through a 7-course meal together. And of course, if you do like each other, you can either extend the date or plan a longer one for next time. Tip number 2 is make an effort with your appearance. Obviously, you don't want to make so much of an effort that your date wouldn't recognize you if they saw you on the street the next day. But getting your hair done, say, or wearing something you know you look good in, those kinds of things show that you care and that you want to make a good impression. I mean, if you turn up with unwashed hair, wearing yesterday's clothes, you aren't likely to win anyone over. The third tip, and it's an important one, is be kind, even if you think the date is going nowhere. It doesn't cost anything, and it'll make a big difference for how much the other person enjoys themselves. Of course, being kind also means not lying or giving your date false hope. Don't tell someone that you'll call and that you can't wait to see them again if you have absolutely no intention of following through. Tip number 4, which is sort of related to number 3, is don't forget your manners. Make sure you turn up on time, and if you're going to be late for whatever reason, let your date know. Try not to yawn even if you're getting a little tired. Turn off your phone, and if the other person is footing the bill, remember to say thank you. And one last thing while we're on the subject of manners. You can tell a lot about a person by how they treat waiters and waitresses. So don't just be polite to your date. Be polite to the other people too. Number 5 is, don't pretend to be anything you're not. It can be very tempting to exaggerate or to dress up the truth, or just to plain lie to try to get your date interested. Of course, you may get away with it if you don't see the person again after the first date, but if the relationship does last any longer, you may find yourself in a tricky situation further down the line. So, for example, if you're separated, don't say that you're divorced. If you hate baseball, don't say that you can't think of a better way to spend a Saturday afternoon than cheering for the Chicago Cubs. And if you work part-time in a call center, don't say you're something big in communications. Finally, and this is my last tip, don't make an instant judgment. Many of us make up our minds about whether we like someone in the first few seconds or minutes of meeting them. But you know, first impressions can be misleading, so try not to rule someone out right away. It's much better to spend a little time getting to know them, and if you're not sure about someone, it may take 2 or 3 dates before you can really decide. If you make a snap decision, you may risk missing out on the love of your life.
Jenny, thank you very much for the advice. And now we turn to the next.
3.7. 1.
The advantage of keeping the first date short and sweet is that if you don't like each other, you don't have to make it through a 7-course meal together. 2. If you turn up with unwashed hair, wearing yesterday's clothes, you aren't likely to win anyone over. 3. Don't tell someone that you'll call and that you can't wait to see them again if you have absolutely no intention of following through. 4. Turn off your phone, and if the other person is footing the bill, remember to say thank you. 5. It can be very tempting to exaggerate or to dress up the truth, or just to plain lie. 6. Many of us make up our minds about whether we like someone in the first few seconds or minutes of meeting them. 7. Try not to rule someone out right away. 8. If you make a snap decision, you may risk missing out on the love of your life.
3.8 Conflict and warfare. Weapons. 3.
Arrow.
2. Bow. 1.
Cannon.
4. Helmet. 6.
Shield.
5. Spear. 7.
Sword.
3.9 People and events. A. 1.
Casualties.
2. Refugees. 3.
Forces.
4. Troops. 5.
Commander.
6. The wounded. 7.
Civilians.
8. Snipers. 9.
Survivors.
10. Ally. B. 1.
Rebellion.
2. Coup. 3.
Revolution.
4. Ceasefire. 5.
Civil War.
6. Siege. 7.
Treaty.
3.10 Verbs. 1.
The rebels overthrew the government.
2.
Fighting broke out between the rebels and the army.
3.
The army shelled the rebel positions.
4.
The rebels retreated.
5.
Some of the rebels surrendered.
6.
The rebels blew up the airport runway.
7.
The government declared war on the rebels.
8.
Some rebels looted the city.
9.
The army captured over 300 rebels.
10.
They finally defeated the rebels.
11.
The army released most of the rebel prisoners.
12.
They executed the rebel leader.
3.11
Capture. Captive. Captor. Captive. Capture.
command, commander, commanding, command.
Execution, executioner, execute.
History, historian, historic, historical.
Looting, looter, loot.
Rebellion, rebel, rebellious, rebel.
Revolution, revolutionary, revolutionary, revolt.
Siege, besieged, besiege.
Survival, survivor, surviving, survive.
Victory, victor, victorious.
3.12. Part 1. How important is historical accuracy in a historical movie?
The notion of accuracy in history is a really difficult one in drama because, it's like saying, well, was Macbeth accurate? Is Shakespearean drama accurate? The thing is, it's not about historical accuracy. It's about whether you can make a drama work from history that means something to an audience now. So I tend to take the view that, in a way, accuracy isn't the issue when it comes to the drama. If you're writing a drama, you have the right as a writer to create the drama that works for you, so you can certainly change details. The truth is, nobody really knows how people spoke in Rome, or how people spoke in the courts of Charles II, or William the Conqueror, or Victoria, or whoever. You have an idea from writing, from books, plays, and so on. We know when certain things happened, what sort of dates happened. I think it's really a question of judgment. If you make history ridiculous, if you change detail to the point where history is an absurdity, then obviously things become more difficult. The truth is, the more recent history is, the more difficult it is not to be authentic to it. In a way, it's much easier to play fast and loose with the details of what happened in Rome than it is to play fast and loose with the details of what happened in the Iraq War, say, So it's all a matter of perspective in some ways. It's something that you have to be aware of and which you try to be faithful to, but you can't ultimately say a drama has to be bound by the rules of history because that's not what drama is.
Do you think that the writer has a responsibility to represent any kind of historical truth?
Not unless that's his intention. If it's your intention to be truthful to history and you put a piece out saying, this is the true story of, say, the murder of Julius Caesar exactly as the historical record has it, then of course you do have an obligation, because if you then deliberately tell lies about it, you're deceiving your audience. If, however, you say you're writing a drama about the assassination of Julius Caesar purely from your own perspective and entirely in a fictional context, then you have the right to tell the story however you like. I don't think you have any obligation except to the story that you are telling. What you can't be is deliberately dishonest. You can't say, this is true, when you know full well it isn't.
3.13. Part 2. Can you think of any examples where you feel the facts have been twisted too far?
Well, I think the notion of whether a historical film, has gone too far in presenting a dramatized fictional version of the truth is really a matter of personal taste. The danger is with any historical film that if that becomes the only thing that the audience sees on that subject, if it becomes the received version of the truth, as it were, because people don't always make the distinction between movies and reality and history, then obviously if that film is grossly irresponsible or grossly fantastic in its presentation of the truth, that could, I suppose, become controversial. I mean, if the only thing anybody is ever likely to know about Spartacus, for example, the movie, is Kirk Douglas and all his friends standing up and saying, I am Spartacus, which is a wonderful moment, and it stands for the notion of freedom of individual choice and so on. So Spartacus, the film made in 1962, I think, if memory serves, has become, I think, for nearly everybody who knows anything about Spartacus, the only version of the truth. Now, in fact, we don't know if any of that is true, really. There are some accounts of the historical Spartacus, but very, very few, and what virtually the only thing that's known about is that there was a man called Spartacus, and there was a rebellion, and many people were crucified at the end of it, as in the film. Whether that's irresponsible, I don't know. I can't say that I think it is. I think in a way it's Spartacus is a film that had a resonance in the modern era. There are other examples, A lot of people felt that the version of William Wallace that was presented in Braveheart was really pushing the limits of what history could stand. In effect, his whole career was invented in the film, or at least, built onto such a degree that some people felt that perhaps it was more about the notion of Scotland as an independent country than it was about history as an authentic spectacle. But again, these things are a matter of purely personal taste. I mean, I enjoyed Braveheart immensely.
3.14 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 1.
Professor Beard, what's the secret to getting people interested in the Romans, in ancient history?
Well, you have to go about it the right way, really. And I think that perhaps starting from rather arcane and difficult bits of literature isn't the right way. But, one thing that you see in Britain is one thing that we know is that an awful lot of our culture and our geography and our place names and so on are actually formed by the Romans. You ask somebody, why do you think so many English place names end in Chester or Castor? Manchester, Doncaster. And they'll often say, I don't know. And then you say, that's because that bit Castor is from the Latin for military camp. And every place that ends Castor or Chester once had a Roman fort on it. And I've got a pretty 99% success record with getting people interested after that. Because suddenly it is a question not of these remote people who wrote some literature that you probably suspect would be boring. It's the people who formed the geography of our country and much of Europe. Why is London the capital of Britain? It's because the Romans made it so.
What do you think we can learn from Roman history?
In political terms, many of the issues and questions and dilemmas that we face now were faced by the Romans, and in many ways we're still thinking about and using their answers. One classic example of that is a famous incident in Roman history in 63 BC, where there's a terrorist plot in the city of Rome to assassinate the political leaders, to torch the city, and to take over. A revolution. And that plot is discovered by one of the most famous Romans of all, Marcus Tullius Cicero, the great orator and wit of Roman culture. And he discovers the plot, he lays it before the Senate, he then decides to execute the leading conspirators without trial, summary execution. And a couple of years later, he's exiled. Now, in many ways, that's the kind of problem we're still facing with modern responses to terrorism. I mean, how far should homeland security be more important than civil rights? What about those people in Guantanamo Bay without trial? Where does the boundary come between the safety of the state and the liberty of the citizen? Now, the Romans were debating that in the 60s BC, and in many ways we're debating it along the same terms, and in part we've learned from how they debated those rights and wrongs.
3.15 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 2.
If you could go back in time, is there one particular historical period that you'd like to go back to?
I think it'd be a terrible kind of punishment to be made to go back in history, particularly if you're a woman. There is not a single historical period in world history where women had halfway as decent a time as they do now. So deciding to go back there, that would be a self-inflicted punishment. I think I'd rather go in the future. And there's also, even for men, there's considerable disadvantages about the past, like no antibiotics and no aspirin.
Today we live in a celebrity culture, but in Meet the Romans, you focus on the lives of the ordinary people in Rome. Was that a conscious decision to try to get people away from celebrity culture?
I was rather pleased that people did actually find, the non-celebrity version of the Romans interesting. And in some ways, if it was a small antidote to modern celebrity culture, I'm extremely pleased. I think that wasn't quite what was driving me, though, because I think the celebrities of the ancient world are so remote from us in some ways. And one of the things that puts people off ancient history is that the big narrative books, the history of the big men, never seem to answer all those questions that we all want to know about the ancient world, or any period in the past. Where did they go to the loo? And actually, I think people are often shortchanged about in terms of the providing an answer to questions which are really good ones. In the end, most of us, most women, don't know about men, most women, do really want to know what having a baby was like before the advent of modern obstetrics. That's a big question. It's not it's not simply because it's intimate and female. It doesn't mean it's a less important question than why Julius Caesar was assassinated. And actually, world history contains a lot more people like me and my family, and women and slaves, and people who, want to do many of the things that we want to do, but they can't clean their teeth because there's no such thing as an ancient toothbrush. Now, how does that feel? And I'm not saying in that, I guess, that those big blokish issues aren't important. The assassination of Julius Caesar, is an event in world history that has formed how we look at every other assassination since. When Kennedy's assassinated, we see that partly in relationship to that formative, defining bit of political assassination in Rome. But it's not the only way that Rome's important.
3.16 Interview with a Professor of Classics. Part 3.
As a historian, how important do you think it is that historical movies should be accurate?
I'm not sure quite how keen I am on accuracy above everything else. And the most important thing, if I was going to make a historical movie, I'd really want to get people interested. And I think that film and television program makers can be a bit sort of nerdish about accuracy. I remember a friend of mine once told me that he'd acted as an advisor for some Roman film. And the crew were always ringing up when they were on location, saying things like, "Now, what kind of dog should we have? Should it, if we're going to have a dog in the film, should it be an Alsatian or a Dachshund or whatever?" And to start with, he said he'd go to the library and he'd kind of look up and he'd find a breed. And eventually, after question after question, he'd think, "Look, these guys are getting the whole of Roman history in the big picture utterly wrong, and yet there they are worrying about the damn dogs."
Can you think of any historical movies that you've really enjoyed?
I absolutely loved Gladiator. Never mind its horribly schmaltzy plot. I thought in all kinds of ways it was just a wonderful, brilliant, and I don't know if it was accurate, but a justifiable recreation of ancient Rome. The beginning scenes of Gladiator, which show, Roman combat, just in a sense punctured the kind of slightly sanitized version of, legionaries standing, with all their shields, facing the enemy, all looking ever so kind of neat and tidy. I mean, it was messy and it was bloody and it was horrible and it was such a different kind of image of Roman combat that I remember we set it in Cambridge as an exam question. How would students judge that kind of representation of Roman warfare?
It's very interesting that there seem to be more and more historical movies recently, and many have won Oscars. Is that because history has all the best stories?
Yes, there's no such good story as a true story, and that's what history's got going for it. Actually, non-fiction, in a kind of way, is always a better yarn than fiction is. And I think it's, I feel very pleased because, and I think, for one thing, it gets some of the best stories from history into the popular. Into popular attention, popular consciousness. But I think also, it shows that you don't always have to be deadly serious about history. History, like classics, is often treated as something which is good for you, but isn't actually going to be much fun. You'll be improved by knowing about it, but it probably will be a bit tedious in the process. And I think that, showing that history can be larky, it can be funny, it can be surprising, it can be something that you can sit down and have a good 2.5 hours at the cinema enjoying, is really all to the good.
3.17. Interview with a professor of classics. Looking at language. 1.
An awful lot of our culture and our geography and our place names and so on are actually formed by the Romans.
2.
One classic example of that is a famous incident in Roman history in 63 BC, where there's a terrorist plot in the city of Rome.
3.
Now, in many ways, that's the kind of problem we're still facing.
4.
How far should Homeland Security be more important than civil rights?
5.
And in part, we've learnt from how they debated those rights and wrongs.
6.
If it was a small antidote to modern celebrity culture, I'm extremely pleased.
7.
Look, these guys are getting the whole of Roman history in the big picture utterly wrong.
8.
But I think also, it shows that you don't always have to be deadly serious about history.
3.18. 1. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
I'd really like to go back to Tudor England, 16th century England.
Why that period?
Well, I'm doing a PhD in the music of that period, and I just think it's such a fascinating time because there was so much change happening in the way people lived their lives, their religion, the way the politics of the country was working. It must have been a really exciting time to live.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
There was a lady called Bess of Hardwick who owned a lot of property in Derbyshire. She was a real social climber. She lived through Henry VIII, Edward VI, Mary I, and Elizabeth I, and into a bit of James I as well. So she had a really long life, really exciting life, and she started from absolutely nothing and worked her way right to the top. I think she must have been a really amazing lady to know.
2. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
I think I would
have loved to be around in California in the 60s. I think it sounds like it was a really exciting time. I think there was a lot of frightening things happening in Vietnam, but people were excited and excited about the potential, I think, of something new and really exploring their freedom, I guess.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
I think I most admire Nelson Mandela. I'm South African, so he's the first person that comes to mind. I think he was an incredible person and an amazing leader. So, I would have loved to have met him.
3. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
That's a weird one. I don't know. History was pretty brutal. Life was really quite hard. There are some aspects of it that I'd like, where time was slower, life was defined by the seasons and daylight, and you didn't have the same sort of pressures as you do now. So I'd like aspects of it, but I'm not sure I'd really like to go back to the actual way of life.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
Probably Queen Elizabeth I, because she managed to be the queen in a society where women weren't expected to have or hold or command any power and respect, and that they were meant to do the bidding of men and their families. And she actually stood up and was a person to be counted.
4. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
Yes, there's a period I'd like to go back to, absolutely. I love ancient Greece. I love ancient Athens, and I think it would be so amazing to spend time there and see what it was like being in the Agora with, Plato and Aristotle and talking, and that entire world would be very, very interesting to me.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
A person from history that I find that I admire. There are a lot of people. I study a lot of ancient history, so I would love to meet Julius Caesar or someone like that who really transformed the entire world with his actions. And he has a very unique personality. He was a very cocky person, and it'd be fun to just see what he was like in person and see how he was able to kind of take over the entire Roman Empire by himself.
5. Is there a period of history that you would like to go back to?
I think I'd like to go back to the Renaissance, like the 14th and 15th century, maybe in Italy.
Why that period?
I think there was a lot of innovation and interesting new ideas coming up in that time period.
Is there a person from history that you admire or find especially fascinating?
I've read a lot about Filippo Brunelleschi, who was in Florence in Italy during the Renaissance and helped build the Duomo, the dome, in Italy.
3.19. 1.
She was a real social climber.
2.
I think I would have loved to be around in California.
3.
She actually stood up and was a person to be counted.
4.
He was a very cocky person.
5.
I think there was a lot of innovation and interesting new ideas coming up in that time period.
4.1. Sounds and the human voice. A.
Bang.
Buzz.
Click.
Crash.
Creak.
Crunch.
Drip.
Hiss.
Honk.
Hum.
Rattle.
Roar.
Screech.
Slam.
Slurp.
Sniff.
Snore.
Splash.
Tap.
Tick.
Whistle.
4.2 Sounds. B. 1,
Tick.
2, Sniff. 3,
Click.
4, Splash. 5,
Bang.
6, Creak. 7,
Buzz.
8, Honk. 9,
Tap.
10, Slurp. 11,
Hiss.
12, Drip. 13,
Roar.
14, Whistle. 15,
Hum.
16, Slam. 17,
Crunch.
18, Snore. 19,
Rattle.
20, Screech. Crash. 4.3 The human voice. 1,
Scream.
2,
Yell.
3,
Giggle.
4,
Whisper.
5,
Mumble.
6,
Groan.
7,
Stutter.
8,
Sob.
9,
Sigh.
4.4 1,
Oh, no.
2.
He's got my bag!
Three.
No, it's gonna be fine. No, really come scared. On. No, it's gonna be really cool.
Ah!
4.5. At the beginning of a word. 2 sounds.
Click.
Slam.
Crash.
Slurp.
Drip.
Snore.
Stutter.
3 sounds.
Screech.
Scream.
Splash.
At the end of a word. 2 sounds.
Shouts.
Sniffs.
Yelled.
Hummed.
3 sounds.
Crunched.
Mumble.
Gasps.
Rattled.
4.6. 1.
She screamed when her friend splashed her in the swimming pool.
2.
The brakes screeched, and then there was a tremendous crash.
3.
My coworker slurps and gasps for breath when he drinks anything.
4.7. 1.
Sounds or noises that particularly annoy me, I would say dogs barking, very irritating. They just don't stop. Especially the small, yappy dogs. They just go on and on and on and just keep yapping at you. And I just find that extremely irritating because there isn't any real way to quiet them down, like a child or something. You can tell them to be quiet, but a dog, no. They'll just keep going.
2.
Any noises that annoy me. I suppose I'm annoyed by excessively creative cell phone ringers that can be of overly popular songs or themes from television shows that people obviously think are really cute, but I probably don't think they are as cute.
3.
The one sound I really hate is car horns, which you hear an awful lot of in cities. And the reason I hate them is because, in my mind, at least, a car horn is meant to be a warning. But of course, nobody uses them for warnings anymore. They use them because they're angry and impatient. And it seems to me that it's like shouting at somebody, and I don't like hearing that expression of anger all around me from dozens of cars.
4.
For me, the most annoying sound is the buzzing noise of a mosquito. When you're just falling asleep in your bedroom at night and you hear that sound, and it's just terrible. I actually can't sleep until I've stopped the sound by killing the mosquito. So what I tend to do is, I tend to leave the light off, actually, and just follow the sound and just search the room for the sound for as long as I can until I can track it down and kill it. Because otherwise, I can't sleep knowing that I will wake up in the morning covered in mosquito bites.
5.
I work in an office, and the person who sits next to me, Julie, she crunches on rice cakes every lunchtime, and it's really annoying, and I don't know what to say to her or how to put it, or if I do tell her now, she'll know I've been annoyed for the last 4 years, but I think she's leaving soon. So maybe I'll just have to deal with it for the next few weeks or months.
4.8.
London, as well as other big cities, has often been accused of being an unfriendly place. But is it really? And if it is, does it matter? And what could or should we do about it? Today, I'm talking to Polly Ackhurst, one of the co-founders of Talk to Me London, an organization whose goal is to get people talking to each other. Hello, Polly.
Hello.
Could you start by telling us about Talk to Me London?
Sure. Talk to Me London is all about finding ways for people to talk to other people they don't know. And we do this through fun activities, including a badge or pin which says Talk to Me London on it and shows that you're open to conversation, as well as through regular events that get people talking. And we are also organising a Talk to Me London Day at the end of August.
And how did you get the idea for it? I mean, do you personally find London unfriendly?
Well, I personally talk to a lot of people I don't know, and I think that's where the idea came from. I found that the conversations that I have with people just kind of randomly have been hugely kind of beneficial, really. So I might have made new friends, new business connections. Sometimes they just kind of just cheer up my day. So Talk to Me London comes from this idea of, what happens if we do start talking to each other more and you kind of, are able to see more opportunities and possibilities there.
Have you ever been anywhere, either in the UK, the US, or maybe abroad, a large city, which you thought was a really friendly place, which made you think you wish London was like that?
There are definitely places that I've found friendlier than London, but I think that we all kind of change a bit when we travel, and when we're out of our normal circumstances, we feel like, more free to do things. And perhaps talking to people is one of them. There is a tendency for... People say that Mediterranean countries are friendlier, however, or Latino countries even. But there was a similar initiative to this which was set up in Madrid a couple of years ago, which I think indicates that they're facing the same problem as us, and perhaps, points to the fact that this is a phenomenon in all large cities.
So you wouldn't say it was a uniquely London problem?
No, I wouldn't, no.
You've had some very high-profile support for Talk to Me London. On your website, I think there's a quote from Boris Johnson saying what a wonderful idea it sounds like. But on the other hand, there's been some negative media coverage that must have been discouraging for you.
I mean, I don't think so. I think that this idea is quite controversial in some ways, because we're trying to encourage people to think about the way that they act and to reflect on that and to possibly change that. So it hasn't really been surprising for us that we've had the negative coverage.
And what would you say to people, and there are plenty of them, I think, people who would say, I'm sitting on the bus, I'm sitting on the train, I really don't want to talk to anybody, I really don't want anyone to talk to me. I just want to read my book or listen to my music or whatever. What would you say to those people?
I would say that it's not about everyone talking to everyone else. It's about enabling those people who want to talk to do so, basically. So that's why all the things that we do are opt-in. So the pin, for example, you wear it if you want to talk. If you don't want to talk, you don't have to wear it. So, this isn't something for everyone, but we want to give people the choice between talking or not talking, and currently there doesn't really seem to be that choice.
Well, I wish you all the best with the project. I hope it's extremely successful, and thank you very much for talking to us.
Thanks a lot.
4.9 James's story.
I was heading home at rush hour a few weeks ago. I was tired and bored, and there was this guy standing beside me reading a book. So I started reading it over his shoulder. It was all about the history of popular social movements. I couldn't see the title, so I asked him what it was called. Surprisingly, he reacted positively and told me the name. He told me that he commuted for 2 hours each day and that he always tried to read something enlightening because it made him feel better about his life and being productive by the time he got home. It was such a nice, unexpected conversation, and it got me thinking about my own reading habits.
Annika's story.
I was getting the last train back home one evening, and I had to wait a long time on the platform, so I started talking to the girl sitting next to me. She was Czech and had just come to the UK with her boyfriend for work. She was a science graduate in the Czech Republic, but was working at a sandwich shop. I suppose in many ways it was a pretty typical story, but she was so upbeat and positive about London and living in the UK. At the end of the journey, she emphasized how good it was to talk and pulled out a sandwich from her bag and gave it to me. I was both shocked and grateful. Maybe my stomach had been rumbling too loudly.
Felipa's story.
I was on the train home today, and this young man asked me how my day had been. We talked about the area and iPads and TV and that kind of thing. Then I mentioned the concept of Talk to Me London and encouraged him not to stop talking to people. An older lady in the meantime had sat down by us and thought the fact that we were talking was nice. And then I bumped into an old neighbor from about 10 years ago and we caught up. When he got off the train, the guy opposite me mentioned how nice it was to see us catching up, and then we got talking too. It was exciting. It was contagious. I had a smile on my face for the rest of the day.
Aliza's story.
I was standing on a bus, and I would have thought I'd looked unapproachable, but instead, a man sitting close by saw I was carrying a guitar. He gave me a big smile and asked if I'd play him a song. Before long, we were talking about traveling and living in different countries and cities around the world and about music. He was leaving the next day for a few months of travel around South America. Because the man was a small distance away from where I was standing, quite a few people nearby were able to hear us talk, and many of them also joined in. It felt a little surreal, stepping off the bus later, smiling and saying goodbye to a bunch of strangers as though they were longtime friends.
4.10. Emphasizing that something is your own opinion. 1,
I'd say that
2,
If you ask me,
3,
personally, I think that
4,
personally speaking,
5,
in my opinion,
6,
in my view,
7,
I feel that
8,
my feeling is that
9,
as far as I'm concerned,
4.11. 1,
Moving.
2,
Thought-provoking.
3,
Slow-paced.
4,
Gripping.
5,
Entertaining.
6,
Intriguing.
7,
Implausible.
8,
Fast-moving.
9,
Depressing.
10.
Haunting.
4.12. 1,
The author's talk was very long.
2,
He thought the plot was implausible.
3,
I always feel I ought to read more.
4,
I caught him yawning as he read a book in bed.
5,
The audience was haunted by the story about war.
6,
We all thought the ending was awful.
4.13.
What made you want to be a translator?
It was something that I'd done when I was in college, and when I moved to Spain, it was difficult to get a job that wasn't teaching English. So I went back home and I took a postgraduate course in translation. After taking the course, I swore that I would never be a translator. I thought it would be too boring. but I kept doing the odd translation, and eventually I came around to the idea because I liked the idea of working for myself, and it didn't require too much investment to get started. And actually, I enjoy working with words, and it's very satisfying when you feel that you've produced a reasonable translation of the original text.
What are the pros and cons of being a translator?
Well, it's a lonely job, I guess. You know, you're on your own most of the time. It's hard work. You're sitting there and, you know, you're working long hours, and you can't schedule things because you don't know when more work is going to come in. And people always have tight deadlines. You know, it's really rare that somebody will call you and say, I want this translation in 3 months. You know, that just doesn't really happen.
And the pros?
Well, the pros are that it gives you freedom, because you can do it anywhere if you have an internet connection and electricity. And I guess you can organize your time because you're freelance, you know, you're your own boss, which is good. I like that.
What advice would you give someone who's thinking of going into translation?
I'd say in addition to the language, get a specialty. Take another course in anything that interests you, like economics, law, history, art, because you really need to know about the subjects that you're translating into.
What do you think is the most difficult kind of text to translate?
Literary texts like novels, poetry, or drama, because you have to give a lot of consideration to the author and to the way it's been written in the original language.
In order to translate a novel well, do you think you need to be a novelist yourself?
I think that's true ideally, yes.
And is that the case? I mean, are most of the well-known translators of novels, generally speaking, novelists in their own right?
Yes, I think in English anyway, people who translate into English tend to be published authors, and they tend to specialize in a particular author in the other language. And of course, if it's a living author, then it's so much easier because you can actually communicate with the author and say, you know, like, what did you really mean here?
Another thing I've heard that is very hard to translate is advertising, for example, slogans.
Yeah, well, with advertising, the problem is that it has to be something punchy, and it's very difficult to translate that. For example, one of the Coca-Cola ads, the slogan in English was, "The real thing." But you just couldn't translate that literally into Spanish. It just wouldn't have had the same power. In fact, it became sensación de vivir, which is sensation of living, which sounds really good in Spanish, but it would sound weird in English.
What about movie titles?
They're horrific too. People always complain that they haven't been translated accurately, but of course, it's impossible because sometimes a literal translation just doesn't work.
For example?
Okay, well, think of, you know the Julie Andrews movie, The Sound of Music? Well, that works in English because it's a phrase that you know. You know, like, I can hear the sound of music. But it doesn't work at all in other languages. And in Spanish, it was called sonrisas y lágrimas, which means smiles and tears. Now in German, it was called meine Lieder, meine Träume, which means my songs, my dreams. And in Italian, it was tutti insieme appassionatamente, which means I think all together passionately, or I don't know, something like that. In fact, I think it was translated differently all over the world.
Do you think there are special problems translating movie scripts for the subtitles?
Yes, a lot. There are special constraints. For example, the translation has to fit on the screen as the actor is speaking. And so sometimes the translation is a paraphrase rather than a direct translation. And of course, well, going back to untranslatable things, really the big problems are cultural and humor, because they're just not the same. You can get across the idea, but you might need pages to explain it, and, by that time the movie has moved on. I also sometimes think that the translators are given the movie on DVD. I mean, rather than a written script, and that sometimes they've simply misheard or they didn't understand what the people said. And that's the only explanation I can come up with for some of the mistranslations that I've seen. Although sometimes it might be that some things like humor and jokes, especially ones that depend on wordplay, are just, they're simply untranslatable. And often it's very difficult to get the right register. For example, with slang and swear words. Because if you literally translate taboo words or swear words, even if they exist in the other language, they may well be far more offensive.
4.14. Part 1.
What made you want to be a translator?
It was something that I'd done when I was in college, and when I moved to Spain, it was difficult to get a job that wasn't teaching English. So I went back home, and I took a postgraduate course in translation. After taking the course, I swore that I would never be a translator. I thought it would be too boring, but I kept doing the odd translation, and eventually I came around to the idea because I liked the idea of working for myself, and it didn't require too much investment to get started. And actually, I enjoy working with words, and it's very satisfying when you feel that you've produced a reasonable translation of the original text.
What are the pros and cons of being a translator?
Well, it's a lonely job, I guess. You're on your own most of the time. It's hard work. You're sitting there and, you're working long hours, and you can't schedule things because you don't know when more work is going to come in. And people always have tight deadlines. It's really rare that somebody will call you and say, I want this translation in 3 months. That just doesn't really happen.
And the pros?
Well, the pros are that it gives you freedom, because you can do it anywhere if you have an internet connection and electricity. And I guess you can organize your time because you're freelance, you're your own boss, which is good. I like that.
What advice would you give someone who's thinking of going into translation?
I'd say, in addition to the language, get a specialty. Take another course in anything that interests you, like economics, law, history, art, because you really need to know about the subjects that you're translating into.
4.15. Part 2.
What do you think is the most difficult kind of text to translate?
Literary texts like novels, poetry, or drama, because you have to give a lot of consideration to the author and to the way it's been written in the original language.
In order to translate a novel well, do you think you need to be a novelist yourself?
I think that's true ideally, yes.
And is that the case? I mean, are most of the well-known translators of novels, generally speaking, novelists in their own right?
Yes, I think in English anyway, people who translate into English tend to be published authors, and they tend to specialize in a particular author in the other language. And of course, if it's a living author, then it's so much easier because you can actually communicate with the author and say, what did you really mean here?
Another thing I've heard that is very hard to translate is advertising, for example, slogans.
Yeah, well, with advertising, the problem is that it has to be something punchy and it's very difficult to translate that. For example, one of the Coca-Cola ads, the slogan in English was, "The real thing." But you just couldn't translate that literally into Spanish. It just wouldn't have had the same power. In fact, it became sensación de vivir, which is sensation of living, which sounds really good in Spanish, but it would sound weird in English.
4.16. Part 3.
What about movie titles?
They're horrific too. People always complain that they haven't been translated accurately, but of course, it's impossible because sometimes a literal translation just doesn't work.
For example?
Okay, well, think of, you know the Julie Andrews movie, The Sound of Music? Well, that works in English because it's a phrase that you know. You know, like, I can hear the sound of music. But it doesn't work at all in other languages. And in Spanish, it was called sonrisas y lágrimas, which means smiles and tears. Now in German, it was called meine Lieder, meine Träume, which means my songs, my dreams. And in Italian, it was tutti insieme appassionatamente, which means I think all together passionately, or I don't know, something like that. In fact, I think it was translated differently all over the world.
Do you think there are special problems translating movie scripts for the subtitles?
Yes, a lot. There are special constraints. For example, the translation has to fit on the screen as the actor is speaking. And so sometimes the translation is a paraphrase rather than a direct translation. And of course, well, going back to untranslatable things, really the big problems are cultural and humor, because they're just not the same. You can get across the idea, but you might need pages to explain it, and, by that time, the movie has moved on. I also sometimes think that the translators are given the movie on DVD. I mean, rather than a written script, and that sometimes they've simply misheard or they didn't understand what the people said. And that's the only explanation I can come up with for some of the mistranslations that I've seen. Although sometimes it might be that some things like humor and jokes, especially ones that depend on wordplay, are just, they're simply untranslatable. And often it's very difficult to get the right register. For example, with slang and swear words. Because if you literally translate taboo words or swear words, even if they exist in the other language, they may well be far more offensive.
4.17.
In the very heart of New York City, under the bright neon lights of Times Square, lies Midtown Comics. No comic store in the U.S. is larger. And deep shelves mean room for all sorts of comics and comic book fans.
There's never a normal day at Midtown Comics.
It's a place where fiction comes to life. Alongside fans, you'll find the writers, comic book artists, and dedicated collectors who make up the community. They are drawn by the stunning artwork and thrilling adventures, which come together to unleash the imagination. Each and every comic book is the end result of a very long process, which starts with a dream.
My name is Chris Notarilli. Comic books have inspired me to create my own heroes.
The streets and skylines of New York have been fictionalized as the backdrop for some of the best-known superhero fiction. A New Yorker himself, Chris feels at home in the superhero genre. He's all set to create his own comic book.
The dream is to bring the Protector to life and go from this comic character into ultimately a feature film. I just want it.
I've been going to Midtown Comics on and off most of my life. Basically, careers begin there.
I'm making a comic book. What are some of the steps I'd have to take to get it into Midtown, basically?
I get pitched ideas all the time. I can only put his comic on the shelves if it's good enough. Best thing you can do is to work really hard on the book. Chris has got to prove to me that his comic is as good as he says it is.
Chris has the character designs, the script, and a couple of pages from the book. But if he wants it on the shelves for the next Young Writers event at Midtown, he is going to have to speed things up. 4 weeks to go, and the countdown begins.
Okay, cool. Great. Thanks.
Okay, awesome.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, no problem.
The love of comic books runs in Chris's blood.
My dad is a graphic artist. He's actually a professional illustrator. He is one of the top illustrators in his profession.
So getting the book ready in full color by the agreed deadline is now a family effort. His dad has the expertise and is willing to put in the time, but it's up to Chris to put together a successful pitch.
I need to make this happen. There is no plan B.
Succeeding against what look like insurmountable odds is a superhero characteristic. They triumph when all else fails. I think that's where Christopher got a lot of his resolve.
In order to build up excitement and show off the potential the book has to become a feature film, Chris is shooting a promo. For the Protector, he must cast an actor who can pull off a look that says he's ready to fight crime and overcome evil. No small feat, but Chris thinks Nick has what it takes.
Today we're going to be doing the Protector promo. Very excited. I am one step closer to pitching to Midtown.
Chris needs to get the Protector's costume just right. Fans love the cosplay aspect of superhero fiction, and they will spot a second-rate costume from a mile away. At Midtown Comics, costume competitions are a way of getting customers excited about the next big release. But no one is interested in a costume with no character. So what makes the Protector unique?
The Protector has definitely been a character who, no matter what happens to him, he stays strong. He does not give up. He's a character built on endurance.
Action.
Protecting people from the dangers of the city is just as important as fighting criminal masterminds. And it's in the everyday superhero struggle that he's able to prove his worth. The same goes for Chris, who during the filming is faced with his fair share of unexpected obstacles.
Good, get inside, get inside. And that's a wrap.
4 long weeks of working around the clock has all come down to this one moment of truth. Is the Protector worthy of the famous Midtown shelves?
Book's finally finished, as you can see. 36 pages of pure awesomeness. This book will be on the shelves by the end of the day.
This is it?
This is the book.
It looks awesome, it really does.
Thanks. Not only did I make you a comic book, I made you a film.
The promo speaks the universal language of superhero blockbusters.
That's pretty impressive. It's the first time I've ever seen somebody come in with their own movie and their book.
Not only does Chris make the Young Artists event at Midtown, the Protector is made the Book of the Week, kickstarting Chris's career.
The superhero celebrates humanity. It's what we all aspire to be, and it gives us hope that we can be that.
People might look at the Midtown family and wonder why they spend so much time and effort on comic books or dressing up as superheroes. What is all the fuss about? But to Chris, the answer is crystal clear.
End of CD 2. CD 3. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 5, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Jerry Lambert. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021.
5.1 The Chocolate Meditation. Again and again, people tell us that mindfulness greatly enhances the joys of daily life. In practice, even the smallest of things can suddenly become captivating again. For this reason, one of our favorite practices is the chocolate meditation. In this, you ask yourself to bring all your attention to some chocolate as you're eating it. So if you want to do this right now, choosing some chocolate, not unwrapping it yet, choosing a type that you've never tried before, or one that you've not eaten recently. It might be dark and flavorful, organic or fair trade, or whatever you choose. Perhaps choosing a type you wouldn't usually eat, or that you consume only rarely. Before you unwrap the chocolate, look at the whole bar or package, its color, its shape, what it feels like in your hand, as if you were seeing it for the very first time. Now, very slowly unwrapping the chocolate, noticing how the wrapping feels as you unfold it, seeing the chocolate itself. What colors do you notice? What shapes? Inhaling the aroma of the chocolate, letting it sweep over you. And now, taking or breaking off a piece and looking at it as it rests in your hand, really letting your eyes drink in what it looks like, examining every nook and cranny. At a certain point, bringing it up to your mouth, noticing how the hand knows where to position it and popping it in the mouth, noticing what the tongue does to receive it. See if it's possible to hold it on your tongue and let it melt, noticing any tendency to chew it, seeing if you can sense some of the different flavors, really noticing these. If you notice your mind wandering while you do this, simply noticing where it went, then gently escorting it back to the present moment. And then, when the chocolate has completely melted, swallowing it very slowly and deliberately, letting it trickle down your throat. What did you notice? If the chocolate tasted better than if you'd just eaten it at a normal pace, what do you make of that? Often we taste the first piece and perhaps the last, but the rest goes down unnoticed. We're so often on autopilot, we can miss much of our day-to-day lives. Mindfulness is about bringing awareness to the usual routine things in life, things that we usually take for granted. Maybe you could try this with any routine activity. Seeing what you notice, it could change your whole day. (5.2) 1.
One thing I really hate waiting for is waiting at home for a delivery to arrive, because sometimes you get like a 2-hour delivery window, and that's fine, but more often they'll say, could be any time, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., and you're stuck in the house. You don't even dare go and buy a gallon of milk, and of course, it always ends up arriving at 5 to 7 in the evening, and you've spent the whole day waiting.
2.
It annoys me if I have to wait for web pages to load, if there's a really bad internet connection and the pages are really slow to load, and you actually sort of see one line loading at a time, pixel by pixel it seems. But you know, invariably if you need the information, you sit and wait as long as it takes.
3.
Is there anything I really hate having to wait for? Not really. I'm pretty patient. If I'm in a line, I'm pretty patient, but I will get annoyed if people start to disregard the laws of lines and try to cut in, or try and get to the front in some other way. As long as there's a system to follow, that usually keeps me calm.
4.
I really hate waiting for anything where I've been given an appointment time for a specific hour, a specific time, and then having to wait forever before I have it. So, well, for example, a hairstylist or a dentist or a doctor. I think particularly things like hairstylists and dentists, because I think they must know how long the previous person's going to take, you know? They don't have to deal with emergencies or anything like that, so why can't they give me a correct time? I mean, I'm very punctual, so I always turn up on time. In fact, usually at least 5 minutes early, and it really, really annoys me if I have to wait for a long time. Anything more than 15 minutes past the appointment time drives me completely insane.
5.
Waiting for Jerry, my husband, is a complete nightmare because he's never ready on time, and I always tell him to be ready 15 minutes before we need to be ready, and even so, he's so late. It drives me completely bananas. I don't know why it drives me completely bananas because, in fact, often we don't need to be there on time, or it doesn't need to be that kind of precise, but it does. I hate it. He's preening himself, you know, getting his jacket on and looking at himself in the mirror. I mean, he takes much more time than I do.
6.
I can't abide waiting in check-in lines at airports because I'm standing in the line watching people take forever to check in. And I know that when I get to the front of the line, I'll do my check-in in 20 seconds. I don't know why these other people can't do the same.
5.3. 1.
But more often they'll say, could be anytime, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m.
2.
You actually sort of see one line loading at a time.
3.
I always turn up on time. In fact, usually at least 5 minutes early.
5.4. Expressions with time. Verbs. 1.
I waste a lot of time playing games and messaging on my computer instead of studying.
2.
If you take the freeway, you'll save time. It's much quicker than the local roads.
3. I had 3 hours to wait for my flight, so I sat there doing Sudoku puzzles to kill time.
4.
There's no hurry, so take your time.
5.
When my mother was young, she never had the chance to travel. Now she's retired and wants to make up for lost time, so she's booked a trip around the world.
6.
The novel is 700 pages long, and I'm a slow reader. It's going to take me a long time to finish it.
7.
I'd better go home now. If I'm late again, my dad will give me a hard time.
8.
I would like to go camping this weekend, but my final exams are next week, so I can't spare the time.
9.
My children take up all my time. I never seem to get to read a book or watch a movie.
10.
New York's such a fantastic city. You're going to have the time of your life there.
11.
Let's not spend too long at the museum or we'll run out of time.
5.5. Prepositional phrases. 1.
I'm really punctual, so I hate it when other people aren't on time.
2.
I've never heard of that singer. He must have been before my time.
3.
By the time we got to our hotel, it was nearly midnight.
4.
I missed the birth of my first child. I was on a plane at the time.
5.
He's been working too hard recently. He needs some time off.
6.
If we don't take a taxi, we won't get to the airport in time for the flight.
7.
I don't eat out very often, but I do get takeout from time to time.
8.
He suffers from back pain, and it makes him a little irritable at times.
9.
You can come anytime from 10 to 2.
10.
He's a little behind the times. He still thinks men should wear a suit and tie at work.
11.
Don't try to multitask. Just do one thing at a time.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
5.6. Expressions. 1. I.
The referee's looking at his watch. There isn't much time left.
2. B.
He hardly spoke to me at lunch. He spent the whole time talking on his cell phone.
3. J.
I'm really looking forward to my vacation. This time next week, I'll be lying on the beach.
4. D.
I'm sorry I can't help you this week. I'm a little short on time.
5. F.
I can't afford a new computer. I'll have to make do with this one for the time being.
6. G.
She's sure to find a job eventually. It's only a matter of time.
7. E.
I think I need to take up a hobby. I've got time on my hands since I retired.
8. C.
Stop writing, please. Time's up. The exam is over.
9. A.
I really thought I was going to be late, but in the end I got to the airport with time to spare.
10. H.
You look very young in that photo. It must have been taken a long time ago.
11. L.
I hate doing my taxes. They're incredibly tedious and time-consuming.
12. K.
You've had that computer for years. It's about time you got a new one.
5.7. 1.
We need to make up for lost time.
2.
He gave me a really hard time.
3.
We're going to run out of time.
4.
Could I have some time off next week?
5.
At times I feel like giving up completely.
6.
Time's up. Please stop writing.
7.
Let's not waste time on that.
8.
It's only a matter of time before they break up.
9.
Did you have a good time last night?
10.
It's about time you learned to cook.
5.8. 1.
Not at all.
Do you mind if I sit here?
Not at all.
2.
First of all, we're going to review the vocabulary from yesterday.
3.
Pick it up. That's your towel on the floor. Pick it up.
4. In an hour.
When'll you be back?
In an hour or so.
5.
On our own. Don't worry, we'll find it on our own.
5.9. Money. Nouns. 1.
Budget.
2.
Grant.
3.
Loan.
4.
Fee.
5.
Fair.
6.
Savings.
7.
Donation.
8. Fine. 9.
Installment.
10. Deposit. 11.
Will.
12. Lump sum. 5.10. Money in today's society. 1.
We live in a consumer society, which is dominated by spending money on material possessions.
2.
The standard of living has risen a lot over the past 10 years.
3.
People's income has gone up, but inflation is high, so the cost of living has also risen.
4.
House prices are rising, and many can't afford to buy a home.
5.
Online banking allows people to manage their accounts. For example, check their balance and make transfers and payments.
6.
People who have mortgages or loans have to pay high interest rates.
7.
A lot of people are in debt and have problems getting a mortgage to buy their first home.
8.
Some people make money by buying and selling shares of stock on the stock market.
9.
Our currency is unstable and exchange rates fluctuate a lot.
10.
A lot of small businesses went bankrupt during the recession.
5.11. Adjectives. 1.
Rich, wealthy.
2.
Affluent.
3.
Well off.
4.
Loaded.
5.
Poor.
6.
Penniless.
7.
Hard up.
8.
Broke.
5.12. Slang words. 1.
Nice car. How much are you going to ask for it?
$5,000. What do you think?
2.
I need $5 for a sandwich.
Sure. Here you are.
3.
Great hat. Was it expensive?
No, only a 5-spot. I got it at a thrift shop.
4.
What's the building work going to cost you?
About $50,000. We're redoing the kitchen.
5.13.
Where did the idea of microfinance come from?
The idea behind microfinance, again, goes back to the mid-70s. There had been, by that time, several decades of what we call the Western world giving massive amounts of aid to the developing world, and a realization that a lot of it was not working. There were still many people who were left poor. So, Muhammad Yunus is credited as being the father of microfinance. He's an economist living in Bangladesh, a very poor country. And he looked around and he said, what is it that the poor lack? What is it that they need? And the answer is obvious: they need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are. And they certainly cannot go into a bank and borrow because they have no collateral.
How did Dr. Yunus solve these problems?
There are really 3 innovations that he came up with that are brilliant in hindsight. One was, okay, the poor have no collateral, but let's figure out a way to create collateral, which means collateral is basically if you're not going to pay back the loan, that somebody's held responsible. So he came up with a lending methodology where there was a group of peers that were given the loan, and they would be lending to each other, and the group held each member accountable for paying back. The second innovation that he came up with is that it is very difficult for the poor to gather a lump sum to pay back a loan. But if you can break up that payment into very small, regular payments that are coming out of your daily income, then it's feasible to pay back the loan. So what microcredit did was to break up the loan payment into these very sort of regular small payments. And the third was really an incentive system that the poor were not encouraged to borrow a large amount. They only borrowed what they could use in their business and then pay back. And if they paid back successfully, then they were eligible for a larger loan.
5.14. Do you have any examples of individual success stories?
Oh, I love talking about individual success stories because this is what sort of gets us up in the morning and gets us to come to work and stay late and do this work. Since I've been at Women's World Banking, I've been to the Dominican Republic, Jordan, and India. So I'm happy to give you a story from each of the three countries. The DR is a more established economy, if you will, and so the woman I met had already had successive loans that she had taken from our partner in the DR, and what she did was to start out, she was basically selling food from her kitchen. Making excess food and selling it to the factory workers. Took out a loan, sort of increased that business, and then set up a little cantina out of her living room so that along with food, she was selling cigarettes, beer, candy, etc. That business did well, took out another loan, and built a room on top of her house and started to rent it out. And so over 7 years, what she's been able to do is to completely build a new home for herself and rent out the old one. And this is going to ensure income in her old age, because at some point, she's going to be too old to work in the kitchen and to be standing on her feet behind the cantina counter. And she's looking at these rental rooms that she has been able to put on as her old age security.
5.15.
In Jordan, I'll tell you about a young woman that we met. Sort of the cultural norm in Jordan is that a fairly old husband can marry again and marry a fairly young woman. So the one that we met, her husband was now too old and sick. So while he took care of having a roof over her head, she had absolutely no means of earning more money for herself or her kids. And at her socioeconomic level, it's not considered proper for a woman to go out and work. So the only thing that she was able to do was she had taken a loan to buy cosmetics and was selling them from her living room to her neighbors. And this was considered to be an okay business for her because primarily she was dealing with other women. But it gave her that sort of extra money to use for herself.
5.16.
And then in India, where I was recently in the city of Hyderabad, and Hyderabad is this up-and-coming city, it's gleaming. Indians themselves are thinking of it as the next cyber city. But across town, they have slums where even now, both men and women have not gone to school, they're not educated, and their only recourse is to work in the informal economy. So the family that we met, the husband was a vegetable seller, so he took his cart and went out into the more affluent neighborhoods. The son had dropped out of school to join his father to push a similar cart, and the mother had taken a loan to embroider saris. And she did this at home, sort of in her spare time. And what she really wanted to do was to amass enough income so that she would cut out the middleman, because she basically got half of what the sari was worth because she was handing it over to a middleman. So that if she could buy the materials herself, embroider it herself, and sell it herself to the store, she could in effect double her income without doubling her labor.
5.17.
And the answer is obvious: they need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are.
5.18.
And the answer is obvious. They need money. And all of us, in order to get started, have had access to credit. So, the poor can't get access to credit. They can't go to relatives to borrow because generally the relatives are as poor as they themselves are.
5.19. 1.
20.
20.
2.
Internet.
Internet.
3.
Party.
Party.
4.
Smart.
Smart.
5.
Turn.
Turn.
6.
Honest.
Honest.
7.
Coffee.
Coffee.
8.
Awesome.
Awesome.
9.
New.
New.
10.
Root.
Root.
11.
Vase.
Vase.
12.
Leisure.
Leisure.
13.
Inquiry.
Inquiry.
14.
Mustache.
Moustache.
15.
Address.
Address.
5.20. 1.
20.
2.
Internet.
3. Party. 4.
Smart.
5.
Turn.
6.
Honest.
7. Coffee. 8.
Awesome.
9. New. 10.
Root.
11.
Vase.
12. Leisure. 13.
Inquiry.
14.
Mustache.
15. Address. 5.21. Interview with a stress management coach. Part 1.
In your experience, what are the main causes of stress?
My clients and audiences tell me that their big stressors are too much to do, too little time, money stressors, commuting is a big stressor. I think that the opportunities to be stressed are everywhere.
Do you think life is more stressful now than it was, say, 20 years ago?
I think that today there are many more opportunities to be stressed. There are
many more distractions, especially ones that are technology driven. And I'm a big fan of technology. We can use technology to help us reduce stress. But when you have emails coming in and text messages left and right and Twitter feeds and Facebook messages and TV and the kids and a job and maybe school, it really divides our attention and it produces a stress response that is often ongoing, continuous within us. And all of that stuff can take away the time to just relax, take a walk, not think about who's trying to communicate with us, and not needing to be on all of the time. So I think there are just more chances to be stressed today, and therefore we need to really pay more attention to reducing stress.
Can you tell us something about the effects of stress on the body and mind?
Stress impacts the body because it produces wear and tear. And when we are constantly stressed, our organs, our immune system become the punching bags of our stress response. Stress is really important, and in fact, it can be a lifesaver. But when it kicks into action all the time, it has a corrosive effect on us. So for example, our immune systems are weakened when we are under a lot of stress, and especially for a long period of time. When our immune systems are weaker, it opens us up to be more susceptible to illnesses in the environment. Stress contributes to high blood pressure, which contributes to heart problems and stroke. Stress impacts our sleep. So when we get stressed during the day, it often makes it more difficult for us to fall asleep at night, or to stay asleep, or to have a quality night's sleep. And if we don't get a good night's sleep, then we are tired the next day, which makes us more stressed in many cases. So it becomes a stress, poor sleep cycle that is stressful and tiring. So these are all reasons to really pay attention to our stress levels and to take action to reduce the stress.
5.22 Interview with a stress management coach. Part 2.
How can you help people deal with stress, and how long does it take to find a solution?
The great thing about stress management is that it's like a salad bar. There are 30 different choices on a salad bar, and some of us like most of the things that are offered, but some of us don't like everything. But we get to choose what works for us and what we enjoy. Same thing with stress management. There are more than 30 different ways you can manage stress. There are probably 30 million and counting. And we should pick the techniques, many of them easy and simple and fun, that we like, and therefore will be more likely to use them on an ongoing basis. So stress management can take as little as 10 seconds. You can look at a beautiful picture that you took on your last vacation. You can put it on your computer screen, you can put it next to your bed, you can put it on your desk, and just focusing on that photo of the ocean or a mountain or a beach can alleviate stressed feelings immediately. We can do 1-minute breathing exercises. We can exercise. We can take a 10-minute walk around the block. We can meditate each day. So there are many different ways to prevent and reduce the stress that we're experiencing. The key is to do it on a regular basis.
Are the solutions to stress physical, mental, or both?
Stress management involves both the mind and the body. They make great partners when we're trying to feel better and to cut down on the stress that we're experiencing. I once worked in a school where a student identified his stressor as riding on the subway. He felt very stressed going to school every day and very stressed when it was time to go home because the subway made him feel very closed in and like he wanted to escape. He couldn't stand the crowds. And then we opened up to the rest of the group and we asked them for different ways that this student might think about this stressor and different ways that he might act to try and reduce it. And the group came up with all sorts of great possibilities, including that he ride in a different car, in the first car or the last car, because it's often less crowded compared to the center car, which is where he always used to ride. And he liked that idea, and I heard from the principal of the school a few weeks later that he in fact had started riding in the first car, and for the first time in his subway taking life, he didn't feel stressed, he didn't feel anxious because the car was less crowded and he felt so much better. And you might think, well, that's such an easy answer. Why didn't he think of that himself? The truth is, and I think we all identify with this, we get into very fixed ways, habits almost, of thinking and acting because we deal with our stressors and have dealt with them in similar ways for a long, long time. So we lose the perspective. We don't take as much time to think about how we could deal with our stressors in different ways. So this is an example of how the mind and body and actions and thoughts can work together to really make a big difference in the way we feel.
5.23 Interview with a stress management coach. Part 3.
Are some age groups more susceptible to stress than others?
Stress is a very democratic occurrence. So older people are stressed, college students are stressed, babies get stressed, 30-somethings get stressed, men are stressed, women are stressed. So it's hard to say if one group is more stressed than another.
What makes students stressed? How does stress affect their lives or their studies? And what are the most stressful times in a typical student's life?
College and being a student can be really fun and exciting and rewarding. There are also a lot of stressors associated with it. There's the studying, there's the pressure to do well on exams so that you can get a better job and perhaps make more money. You are in a different environment that doesn't have the same support that you used to have, especially if you were back home. There is the social stress of needing to meet new people. And also for a lot of young people, especially those in their teens and 20s, we see a lot of mental health issues arise, and there's a greater need to get help for them while in school. But if you're not with your usual support network, it's even more challenging sometimes to do so. Stress makes it difficult to study, to focus, to concentrate. When you're sitting down to take an exam and you studied really hard for the exam and then all of a sudden you're having trouble remembering what you studied, stress can play a big role in making it more difficult for us to recall information. If you're doing a presentation, public speaking, that can be very stressful for a lot of students as well as professionals. In fact, still, public speaking is feared more than death by most people. Then there's the financial stress of being in school. Not only not having a lot of money to spend on things that you want to do, fun activities, but what awaits you when you graduate, which for many students is a lot of financial stress and loans to repay. So being a student, great fun, and also can provide a lot of great stress.
You set up Stress Busters as an anti-stress program for students. Can you tell us something about it and how it works?
We train teams of students to provide 5-minute free back rubs at events all over campus all year long. And people on campus come to the events, and not only do they get an amazing stress-relieving back rub, but they also learn about other stress reduction and wellness resources on campus that we train our students to provide. And we have seen incredible reductions in feelings of stress, tension, anxiety, lowering of feelings of being overwhelmed from before someone has the Stress Busters experience to after. We also find students telling us that they're better able to cope with their stressors and they're better able to complete the tasks that they have at hand after they have one of our Stress Busters experiences.
5.24. Interview with a stress management coach, looking at language. 1.
When you have emails coming in and text messages left and right.
2.
Stress is really important, and in fact, it can be a lifesaver.
3.
Stress contributes to high blood pressure, which contributes to heart problems and stroke.
4.
So these are all reasons to really pay attention to our stress levels and to take action to reduce the stress.
5.
The great thing about stress management is that it's like a salad bar.
6.
We can do 1-minute breathing exercises. We can exercise. We can take a 10-minute walk around the block.
7.
Stress is a very democratic occurrence. So older people are stressed, college students are stressed, babies get stressed.
8.
There's a greater need to get help for them while in school, but if you're not with your usual support network, it's even more challenging sometimes to do so.
5.25. 1.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I'm more stressed at home at the moment because my wife has just had, or say my wife has had, we've just had twin girls, 8 months old or 8.5 months old now. So it is far more stressful being at home than being at work. I found work easy compared to being at home at the moment.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I put my earphones on and listen to music and just to drown out the sound of the babies.
2.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I'm stressed at both work and home. My mom is really sick right now. Work is busy, and we're going through all sorts of changes with a project. And then I just got married. So there's been a lot going on.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
This is my problem. I try to plan ahead and so that I won't be stressed at some point. But after a while, there's nothing you can do. So then you just have to practice letting go and relaxing and being in the moment, being happy with what is.
3.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
Well, I work at home. I'm a self-employed writer,
And I experience very little stress except in those rare periods when I'm up against a deadline. So I have no commute. My commute is walking from one room to the other, and I have a cozy little office, and I'm very happy and unstressed in work, which I think is very unlike most New Yorkers. I'm very fortunate.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I de-stress by sitting down and breathing calmly and thinking about nothing, or sometimes thinking about the cosmos and thinking about the illusory nature of time. And that usually works. But as I say, I experience very low levels of stress because I actually spend a lot of time thinking about cosmological matters, and that has a very calming effect, I think, and I commend it to my fellow New Yorkers.
4.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
More at home. I just recently moved from one place to another, and getting used to the new neighborhood. You know, where to shop, where to eat, how to get to work. A little stressful in trying to navigate, whereas where I lived before, I knew exactly what to do.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
Work out. I work out, I read, I listen to music, I meditate. Yeah.
5.
Are you currently more stressed at work or at home?
I would say definitely more stressed at work. I think stress is quite contagious. I think I spend a lot of my time around stressed people, either in a room with them or on the phone to them or just having emails from them. So I think that builds a lot of stress just from the environment, really.
When things are stressful, what do you do to try to de-stress?
I've realized quite recently that when I am stressed, I build a lot of tension in my shoulders. And I think it's not just a metaphor when we say we have things, we carry the weight of things on our shoulders. So I think it really helps just to be conscious of that, and every half an hour or so, just if I concentrate on relaxing my shoulders, everything seems to be a little bit more bearable.
5.26. 1.
Just to drown out the sound of the babies.
2.
Relaxing and being in the moment, being happy with what is.
3.
I experience very little stress except in those rare periods when I'm up against a deadline.
4.
A little stressful in trying to navigate, whereas where I lived before, I knew exactly what to do.
5.
And every half an hour or so, just if I concentrate on relaxing.
6.1.
Nowadays, we're surrounded by some powerful ideas about the sort of things that will make us happy. The first of these is that we tend to think that really to deliver satisfaction, the pleasures we should aim for need to be rare. We've become suspicious of the ordinary, which we assume is mediocre, dull, and uninspiring, and likewise we assume that things that are unique, hard to find, exotic, or unfamiliar are naturally going to give us more pleasure. Then, we want things to be expensive. If something is expensive, we value it more, whereas if something is cheap or free, it's a little harder to appreciate. The pineapple, for instance, dropped off a lot of people's wish list of fruit when its price fell from exorbitant, they used to cost the equivalent of hundreds of dollars, to unremarkable. Caviar continues to sound somehow more interesting than eggs. Then, we want things to be famous. In a fascinating experiment, a well-known violinist once donned scruffy clothes and performed at a street corner and was largely ignored, though people would flock to the world's greatest concert halls to hear just the same man play just the same pieces. Lastly, we want things to be large-scale. We're mostly focused on big schemes that we hope will deliver big kinds of enjoyment: marriage, career, travel, getting a new house. These approaches aren't entirely wrong, but they unintentionally create an unhelpful bias against the cheap, the easily available, the ordinary, the familiar, and the small scale. As a result, if someone says they've been on a trip to a Caribbean island by private jet, we automatically assume they had a better time than someone who went to the local park by bike. We imagine that visiting the Uffizi Gallery in Florence is always going to be nicer than reading a paperback novel in the backyard. A restaurant dinner, at which lobster thermidor is served, sounds a good deal more impressive than a supper of a cheese sandwich at home. The highlight of a weekend seems more likely to be a hang gliding lesson, rather than a few minutes spent looking at the cloudy sky. It feels odd to suggest that a modest vase of lily of the valley, the cheapest flower at many florists, might give us more satisfaction than a Van Gogh original. And yet the paradoxical and cheering aspect of pleasure is how unpredictable it can prove to be. Fancy vacations are not always 100% pleasurable. Our enjoyment of them is remarkably vulnerable to emotional trouble and casual bad moods. A fight that began with a small disagreement can end up destroying every benefit of a 5-star resort. Real pleasures often seem insignificant: eating a fig, taking a bath, whispering in bed in the dark, talking to a grandparent, or scanning through old photos of when you were a child. And yet these small-scale pleasures can be anything but small. If we actually take the opportunity to enjoy them fully, these sort of activities may be among the most moving and satisfying we can have. Fundamentally, this isn't really about how much small pleasures have to offer us. It's about how many good things there are in life that we unfairly neglect. We can't wait for everything that's lovely and charming to be approved by others before we allow ourselves to be delighted. We need to follow our own instincts about what is really important to us.
6.2. 1,
Secondhand.
2,
Long distance.
3,
Last minute.
4,
Self-conscious.
5,
Worn out.
6,
Homemade.
7,
Air conditioned.
8,
High risk.
9,
Narrow-minded.
10.
Well behaved.
6.3. 1,
A hands-free phone.
2,
A dead-end job.
3,
A feel-good movie.
4,
Groundbreaking research.
5,
A high-pitched voice.
6,
A labor-saving device.
7,
High-heeled shoes.
8,
A low-cost airline.
9,
Eco-friendly detergent.
10.
A life-changing experience.
6.4. Phones and technology. Collocations. 1,
I need to charge my phone. The battery's very low.
2,
Can you give me a call this afternoon?
3,
I need to make a few calls now. I'll get back to you later.
4,
Do you want my cell phone number or my landline? Do you want my cell phone number or my home phone?
5,
I've been calling Tom on his cell phone, but it's busy all the time.
6,
I know he's been trying to call me all day because I have 3 missed calls from him.
7.
You have reached the voicemail for 555-4890. Please leave a message after the tone. You have reached the voicemail for 555-4890. Please leave a message after the beep.
8.
In some American towns, the reception isn't very good, and people can't get a good signal for their cell phones.
6.5. Phrasal verbs. 1.
I have to hang up now. My flight's about to board.
2.
We were Skyping, but then we were suddenly cut off in the middle of the conversation.
3.
The memory limits for many cell phones top out at 64 gigabytes.
4.
I'm not sure if I'll be able to print the whole document because the black ink is about to run out.
5.
I tried calling our office, but I couldn't get through. The lines were permanently busy.
6.
I can't hear you very well. Could you speak up a little?
7.
If you hold, I'll put you through to the accounts department.
8.
If you already have an account with us, log in with your username and password.
9.
I need to delete some files to free up more space on the hard drive.
10.
If you scroll down the page, you'll see the attachment at the bottom.
6.6. 1. A. Rang. B. Rung. 2. A.
App.
B.
Up.
3. A. Hang up. B. Hung up. 4. A.
Cat.
B.
Cut.
5. A. Ran out. B. Run out. 6. A.
Match.
B.
Much.
7. A. Track. B. Truck. 6.7. 1.
Her cell phone has rung twice.
2.
What's up?
3.
They hung up.
4.
What a horrible cat.
5.
The printer's run out of paper.
6.
She's no match for him.
7.
There was a truck in the middle of the road.
6.8. 1.
Our country depends on young people to come up with new ideas.
2.
Many 30-year-olds are still dependent on their parents.
3.
People are totally fed up with the number of reality shows on TV.
4.
Older people aren't as open to new ideas as younger people are.
5.
People are sick of being bombarded with depressing news.
6.
A lot of people are hooked on superhero movies.
7.
As a nation, we are very proud of our sporting achievements.
8.
A lot of young people are addicted to social networking.
9.
A lot of people are obsessed with celebrities and their lifestyles.
10.
People are usually very kind and helpful to foreign tourists.
6.9. 1.
Dopamine is a chemical in the brain that makes you feel good.
2.
To quit a substance or a behavior means to stop taking it or doing it.
3.
Depression is a medical condition in which a person feels very sad and anxious and often has physical symptoms such as being unable to sleep.
4.
Brain chemistry refers to all the chemical messages that take place in the brain.
5.
Cravings are strong desires for something.
6.
To go cold turkey means to stop an addictive behavior very abruptly. For example, when a heavy smoker decides to just stop smoking and never has another cigarette.
7.
Nicotine patches are a kind of bandage that people use to try to stop smoking. They are stuck on the skin and release nicotine into the body.
8.
To have counseling means to get professional advice about a problem, for example, marriage guidance counseling.
9.
To have a relapse means to become sick again after having previously improved.
6.10.
Can you begin by explaining exactly what an addiction is?
I think we often think of addiction as being something like an illegal drug, but the truth is you can be addicted to a lot of things. Caffeinated drinks, fatty, sugary foods. It could be drugs, but it could be a whole host of other things. What's happening in your brain's pleasure centers is that whenever you do this thing, it rewards you. You get a flood of dopamine in your brain's pleasure centers, and over time, you start having more and more dopamine. Well, the brain responds to that in an interesting way. All this dopamine in your brain, just like with the radio when it's turned up too loud, your brain turns down the volume. So, if you've been drinking too much caffeine, eating too much sugar, your brain actually turns down the volume, so you have to drink even more or eat even more just to get back to your normal state.
So what does that mean for someone who's addicted to something and wants to give it up?
Well, have you ever noticed how people, when they quit a substance or a behavior, they're angry, they're depressed, they're unhappy? The reason is because their brains rely on the drug to make them not only feel good, but to stop them from feeling bad. So this is all a matter of reward centers in the brain, and when you become addicted to a behavior, you're just trying to get that pleasurable feeling, to not feel so bad anymore. And that's why it's so difficult to give up. Because once you're addicted, it's so hard to stop.
If someone wants to give up an addiction, would you recommend that they went cold turkey?
Well, it depends on what they're addicted to, and it also depends on the person. If you're truly addicted to video games to the point where you're not eating or sleeping properly, or you have migraine headaches from intense concentration, or maybe you have a video game addiction coupled with depression, we will give people medicine to change their brain chemistry, to help them decrease their cravings to play video games. They couldn't go cold turkey without some kind of serious risk. But food addiction, you know, if you're addicted to fatty and sugary foods, you can't stop eating food, but you can quit that kind of food cold turkey. There's not going to be any problem in your body from doing that. And for some people, stopping smoking cold turkey is the best way to do it. But other people may be dependent on nicotine patches or gum for a while, or some other substitute.
I see. What other kind of treatment do addicts need?
The best treatment options are multi-pronged, so you may need counseling and sometimes you may need medication. And it's also vital if you can get support from your family, because these addictive personalities, they tend to push the limits, and they need all the help they can get not to have a relapse, fall back into their bad habits.
Dr. Stork, thank you very much.
6.11. Giving presentations.
Hi, I'm Louise. I work for a local newspaper here in London. I love writing and I really enjoy interviewing, but there's one thing about my job I really hate, and that's public speaking.
The problem is that no matter what work you do, speaking in public is almost impossible to avoid. These days, most roles require communication skills. From small presentations to big conference speeches, you need to be able to deliver a message clearly and confidently.
But for people like me, this isn't easy. I find speaking in public terrifying. I become tense and nervous and find it very difficult to relax. So that's why I've come here, to the Royal Academy of Dramatic Art.
RADA first opened in the Haymarket in London in 1904. It offers training for theater specialists, including actors, stage managers, directors, and designers. It has become one of the most famous acting schools in the world, and some of the entertainment industry's biggest names have studied here.
But what am I doing here? Well, it's about time I overcame my fear of public speaking. And to do this, I need to become a good actor.
After all, actors and public speakers use a lot of the same skills. Both should tell a story, and both should engage an audience. Because of this, RADA runs several public speaking courses.
Series of individuals. And of course, individuals are never as scary as the mass. Does that make sense?
People come here to develop an actor's approach to speaking effectively, and Sandy, an actor for over 30 years, is going to show us the way. The RADA approach to public speaking can be summarized in 3 words: think, breathe, speak.
Tell me if anything doesn't make sense.
No, it does, and I've always wanted a really grown-up.
First, we're going to focus on the think part.
First of all, I hope you don't mind me asking, but why are you here?
Well, I tend to do a lot of one-on-one work with people when I'm interviewing them, or if I'm...
At this stage, you talk through your concerns and set an objective for the session.
...group of people and they're not behind a microphone or TV camera, I get so nervous. Even like meeting new people at parties or dinner parties. So it would just be good to learn a few techniques to feel more confident.
Okay, so...
Then you give a presentation in your usual style and get some interesting feedback from Sandy.
So that's about it.
Oh, very, very well done. Thank you very much indeed. Really well done, Lou. How was that for you? So I think you're absolutely charming, Lou. You come across with a really positive energy. You've got a lovely open face. You very clearly are naturally engaging, which means I, as your audience, are naturally engaged. You're friendly, you're affable, and you've got a great smile, which is wonderful. Small things that I think you might be able to do differently. So you were playing with your feet. You were playing with your feet like a 5-year-old. So if I say that you were doing that on your heels, on your, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then you crossed your legs.
Right.
Probably the most significant thing that I noticed that you could do differently is to slow down and see yourself and feel yourself confident and sure.
If you can get your body language right, it will help your breathing, and controlling your breath is central to good public speaking. You learn to relax and find the power behind the voice through warm-up and breathing exercises.
So you're aware of that amazing range you in fact have, yeah?
Yeah.
So you're breathing in, sighing out, pushing all the air right out, waiting.
Once you have mastered the thought and the breath, you can finally speak. But this isn't as easy as it sounds.
Good afternoon.
Brilliant. You've done that really, really well. Got the hang of that. So now we're going to get a bit of oomph into our voice by doing it like an opera singer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're going to leave a stage.
It isn't always easy to speak naturally, but eventually, after a lot of practice, the words start to flow. Then you can move on to a full paragraph.
I'll share some very embarrassing stories, and I'll explain the impact that our work has on very lonely people.
You have to make an impact from the beginning, and Sandy gives you the ABCD of the perfect opening. And it's just as important to end on a positive note.
And body language, and anticipate finishing by 4 p.m.
Speaking and communicating are 2 very different things, and communicating effectively takes skill, perseverance, and lots of hard work. Unfortunately, it isn't as easy as just reading the right words. You need to tell the story too. But if you can do this, you will draw in your audience, and as they relax, you'll relax too.
Yeah, I thought your pace was excellent. It was really measured, it was clear. I would have understood exactly what you were about to do, who you were, and why you were doing it. So as far as I'm concerned, that was really, really effective communication.
Thank you.
Pleasure.
I still feel nervous about speaking in front of people, but at RADA, I enjoyed public speaking for the first time. And the more I enjoyed it, the better I became. And that's what the RADA technique is all about. It gives you the skills to grow in confidence. So, like an actor, you can face your audience with assurance rather than fear.
End of CD3. CD4. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 5, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Jerry Lambert. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 7.1.
Why is it that so many children don't seem to learn anything in school? A TV producer turned writer has come up with some very revolutionary ideas. A few years ago, TV producer John Lloyd thought up a formula for a new quiz show. The show is called QI, which stands for Quite Interesting, and which is also IQ backwards. It's a comedy quiz show hosted by actor Stephen Fry, where panelists have to answer unusual general knowledge questions. And it is perhaps surprising that it's particularly popular among 15 to 25-year-olds. Along with co-author John Mitchinson, Lloyd has since written a number of QI books. For example, the Book of General Ignorance, and these have also been incredibly successful. Lloyd's basic principle is very simple. Everything you think you know is probably wrong, and everything is interesting. The QI Book of General Ignorance, for example, poses 240 questions, all of which reveal surprising answers. So we learn, for example, that you are more likely to be killed by an asteroid than by lightning, or that Julius Caesar was not, in fact, born by cesarean section. The popularity of these books proves Lloyd's other thesis, that human beings, and children in particular, are naturally curious and have a desire to learn. And this, he believes, has several implications for education. According to Lloyd and Mitchinson, there are 2 reasons why children, in spite of being curious, tend to do badly at school. First, even the best schools can take a fascinating subject, such as electricity or classical civilization, and make it boring by turning it into facts that have to be learned by heart and then regurgitated for exams. Second, QI's popularity seems to prove that learning takes place most effectively when it's done voluntarily. The same teenagers who will happily choose to read a QI book will often sit at the back of a geography class and go to sleep, or worse still, disrupt the rest of the class.
7.2.
So how could we change our school so that children would enjoy learning? What would a QI school be like? These are Lloyd and Mitchinson's basic suggestions. The first principle is that education should be more play than work. The more learning involves things like storytelling and making things, the more interested children will become. Second, they believe that the best people to control what children learn are the children themselves. Children should be encouraged to follow their curiosity. They will end up learning to read, for example, because they want to, in order to read about something they are interested in. Third, they argue that children should also be in control of when and how they learn. The QI school would not be mandatory, so students wouldn't have to go if they didn't want to, and there would be no exams. There would only be projects or goals that children set for themselves with the teacher helping them. So a project could be something like making a movie or building a chair. Fourth, there should never be theory without practice. You can't learn about vegetables and what kind of plants they are from books and pictures. You need to go and plant them and watch them grow. The fifth and last point Lloyd and Mitchinson make is that there's no reason why school has to stop dead at 17 or 18. The QI school would be a place where you would be able to continue learning all your life, a mini university where the young and old could continue to find out about all the things they are naturally curious about.
7.3 1.
Did you know that America was named after a British merchant named Richard Americ?
How interesting. I'd always wondered where the name came from.
2.
Lloyd and Mitchinson think that school shouldn't be mandatory.
What a ridiculous idea. If it wasn't mandatory, no one would ever go.
7.4 Prefixes. Negative prefixes.
Immobile, immoral, impersonal, impractical.
Illegal, illegitimate, illiterate, illogical.
Irrational, irregular, irrelevant, irreplaceable.
Inappropriate, incapable, incoherent, incompetent, inhospitable.
Unattractive, undue, uneasy, unofficial.
Disagree, discontinue, disembark, dishonest.
7.5 Prefixes which add other meanings. 1. D.
Out means further, better, bigger.
2. I.
Mono means one.
3. T.
Re means again.
4. L.
Out means outside, not inside.
5. Q.
Ill means badly.
6. C.
Multi means more than one, many.
7. E.
Miss means wrongly.
8. H.
Anti means against.
9. O.
Up means higher, towards the top.
10. N.
D means remove or reduce.
11. K.
Post means after.
12. M.
Pre means before.
13. B.
Over means too much.
14. G.
By means to, twice.
15. P.
Co means together.
16. F.
Sub means below.
17. R.
Inter means between.
18. A.
Under means not enough.
19. S.
Super means above average.
20. J.
Auto means by yourself, by itself.
7.6
So, could you tell us a little bit about the 4 pieces of art and explain the ideas that they are somehow communicating?
Okay, let's start with the frog. It's called Kobe Frog, and it's by the Dutch artist Florentine Hofmann, and it's an enormous, inflatable, 10 meters high object, and it was made in 2011 for a particular place, the roof of the Museum of Art in Kobe in Japan. And Kobe was the site of a very severe earthquake in 1995. And the frog is wearing a party hat, and it sits very close to the edge of the roof. The artist says that it's about enjoying life and having a flexible attitude in times of disaster. I'm not sure whether the people of Kobe would agree with that. Next, we come to the stones. This is a work called Blaenau Festiniog Circle. Blaenau Festiniog is the name of a town in Wales, and this work is by the artist Richard Long, and it was in an exhibition of his called Heaven and Earth. And what Richard Long does is that he spends months of the year walking through different landscapes, and he creates art out of the things he finds there. His main theme is the relationship between art and landscape, and here he has created a beautiful, harmonious arrangement of different local stones that he's chosen. And what he wants to do is to make people stop and look and realize how beautiful the countryside, and in this case, the stones also can be. Then we come to the cot, and this is a modern sculpture by Mona Hatoum, and it's called Incommunicado. And at first sight, you might think it was a baby's cot. It doesn't look like a modern cot, but it looks as if it might be a hospital cot from, say, 50 years ago. But when you look at it a bit more closely, you notice that there's something strange about the bottom of the cot, where the support for the mattress should be. And in fact, it's a series of very sharp wires. Mona Hatoum is a Palestinian artist who was born in Beirut, but she was stranded in London after civil war broke out in Lebanon. And I think if we ask ourselves what her idea might be, well, it's a cot, and a cot is normally a protective bed for a baby, where a baby will be safe. But this cot is the opposite of that. So if you got into this cot, instead of being safe, you'd be seriously damaged or seriously injured. I think this cot is a kind of metaphor for the idea of the state, the country that should look after you, your mother country or your fatherland. But in an extreme political situation, instead of being safe or being at home, you feel threatened because of political oppression. And I think probably that's the metaphor that she's making here. Finally, there's pharmacy. This is an installation by Damien Hirst, and it occupies a whole room. If you were in an art gallery and you suddenly walked into this room, you might almost think you'd walked into a real pharmacy by accident. But if you start looking, you'll start seeing things which look strange. For example, there are 4 little stools the kind of stools you use to reach up to higher shelves, and on top of each one is a bowl with honey in it. And if you look up, suspended from the ceiling, there is a kind of machine for killing insects. And there are 4 old-fashioned apothecary bottles, which originally were in pharmacies because they were meant to represent the elements of earth, air, fire, and water, but which you wouldn't often see in a pharmacy today. So what could the idea be about here? Well, most of Hirst's works, like the work of many artists of the past, are about life and death. The honey attracts flies to come in, or other insects, but they end up zapped in the insectocutor, the killing machine. Drugs, medicines, to us, represent healing, so people might come into a pharmacy to get better. But even if you spend thousands of pounds on drugs, in the end you, like the flies, will die. But we also have the 4 bottles, which are the 4 primary colours, the tools, the materials of the artist. And I think he's also saying that art, like drugs, can cure, can heal, if not the body, then the spirit.
7.7.
Well, this is all very fascinating, but my problem is I don't think I could ever have gotten there by myself. I needed you, an expert, to explain these works of art to me, whereas if I went to a gallery to see normal paintings or sculptures, I could probably enjoy them without needing to have them explained to me. What do you think?
Well, I disagree there. I don't think you do need an expert to explain them to you, actually. In any case, with modern sculpture and installations, there's normally some interpretation on the walls, so you can read about it if you want to. But I think if you're going to go to a gallery to see modern sculpture and installations, and perhaps a lot of modern art in general, the best way is to go with someone else or with a group of people and to talk about the work, to ask each other questions about the things you see. And very often you find that by asking questions and coming up with the answers, you can get much more out of it. You know, even though it may not look like the kind of art that you're used to, you have to believe that the person who made it is an artist or was an artist, and that they have things to say, and it's your job to find out what they might be.
Don't you think that they're making you work much harder to enjoy their works than artists did in the past?
Actually, no, I don't, because plenty of other works are just as elusive. You know, abstract art or sculpture. Many old master paintings where you don't actually understand the symbolism, there's always more to understand.
Okay, so then in that case, do you think artists today want to make you think? They don't just want to create something of beauty?
I think they always have done. They have ideas and feelings, and they want to give form to them. And actually, I think many people would find Richard Longstone's beautiful. And other people might think that Mona Hatoum's cot is beautiful. Maybe not exactly a beautiful object, but a beautiful and rich idea. Beauty can be a beautiful landscape or a portrait of a beautiful person, but I think it can also be a beautiful idea.
Thank you so much, Ghislaine, for coming in and talking to us today. I'm sure our audience will be...
7.8. 1.
It doesn't look like a modern cot.
2.
It looks as if it might be a hospital cot from, say, 50 years ago.
3.
But when you look at it a bit more closely, you notice...
4.
But if you start looking, you'll start seeing things which look strange.
7.9. 1. Bird.
Picture.
Sculpture.
Architecture.
Capture.
Culture.
Feature.
Furniture.
Future.
Leisure.
Measure.
Nature.
Pleasure.
Signature.
Structure.
Temperature.
Texture.
Treasure.
2. Tourist.
Allure.
Endure.
Immature.
Impure.
Obscure.
Secure.
Sure.
7.10.
The Secret of the Forest. About 10 days before Christmas in 2003, Werner Spies, one of the world's preeminent experts on 20th century art, took the train from Paris to the picturesque port of Sète on the Mediterranean coast. Spies, a specialist in the works of the painter Max Ernst, was coming to look at and hopefully authenticate an Ernst painting that had been unknown to him, and thus unknown to the art world until earlier that year. The painting was La Forêt, the forest, and although it was undated, Spies thought it had been painted in 1927. Ernst produced a number of forest paintings around that time. They are considered among his most important works. Spies had previously authenticated another Ernst work, Oiseau en hiver, which was then sold for 500,000 euros. But the scientific analysis suggested that there was some doubt about La Forêt. It apparently included traces of two pigments, which had generally only been used by artists after 1945. Spies, however, preferred to trust his own judgment, and because La Forêt was not dated, he believed Ernst might have used the pigments at an early experimental stage, but he wanted to look at the painting to make sure. The following morning, Helena Beltracchi picked up Spies and drove him to the beautiful Beltracchi estate. Helena was 45 and a striking woman, intelligent, cultured, animated, with thick blonde hair almost to her waist. Spies had already met her in Paris and knew something of her background. She was German, from near Cologne, and she had inherited an extensive collection of modern art from her grandfather, the industrialist Werner Jaegers. As Helena liked to tell the story, in the 20s and early 30s, her grandfather had been a close friend of Alfred Fleckheim, the most important modern art dealer in Germany, and had bought many paintings from him. After Hitler came to power in 1933, Fleckheim, who was Jewish, fled to London. His galleries were seized and his art collection was sold by the Nazis because the paintings were considered disreputable. But Werner Jaegers managed to hide the paintings he had bought from Fleckheim, including a number of works by Max Ernst, which Helena later inherited. She liked to show potential buyers an old black-and-white photograph of her grandmother, Josephine Jaegers, sitting in the family dining room in an austere black dress, strings of pearls around her neck, with some of the art collection on the wall behind her. Helena was now gradually selling these paintings, to which faded Sammlung Fleckheim collection labels were attached on the back. The Ernst painting, La Forêt, hung upstairs in the master bedroom. Taking it into the light, Spies was thrilled with what he saw, the intensity of the color, the power of the imagery. Despite the scientific analysis, Spies had no doubt he was holding a genuine, previously unknown Max Ernst in his hands. Following this authentication, a Swiss gallery owner paid Helena and her husband, Wolfgang Beltracchi, 1.7 million euros for the painting in November 2004. He quickly resold La Forêt for a small profit, and in 2006 it was exhibited at the Max Ernst Museum in Brühl, Germany, adding to its value. La Forêt was finally sold later that year for $7 million. From the early 90s onwards, many more paintings made a similar journey from the Beltracchi's lovely home to the walls of the world's top collectors and museums. There was just one little problem.
(7.11)
There was just one little problem. Every single painting that left the Beltracchi's house, including La Forêt, was a forgery. In what is believed to be the most lucrative art forgery scam in history, all these paintings were the work of Wolfgang, Helena Beltracchi's husband. Wolfgang was quite young when he realized he had a unique gift. His father was a church muralist and sometimes produced copies of 17th-century old masters to sell for small amounts of money. To his father's amazement, the teenage Wolfgang painted a Picasso in a couple of hours. He later went to art school. 3 of his paintings sold for reasonable amounts in a show in Munich in 1978. But Wolfgang was more interested in his free and easy lifestyle than in the struggle of building a career as an artist. He forged a number of paintings in the 1980s, mainly selling them through dealers in Berlin. But his criminal career really took off after he met Helena Beltrecki in 1992. They fell in love immediately. Within days, he told her that he was an art forger. He says he knew she wouldn't go to the police. "The first minute I saw my future life with her," he says. Helena became his perfect accomplice. They married about a year later, and he took her last name. Although Wolfgang was a forger, he did not copy paintings. He created totally new works of art, but in the style of the original painters. His greatest gift was the ability to look at a painting and, in just a few minutes, figure out exactly how the painter did it, where he started, when he added the blue, the white, the clouds, the water. He could even tell the time it took to complete the painting. Before tackling a forgery, Wolfgang would sometimes go to where the painter lived to get a feeling for the light there. He wanted to make sure of the colors, but also to pick up something more mystical, a sense of the painter's soul. It was Wolfgang who came up with the idea of creating old photographs of Helena's grandmother sitting in front of some of the family's art collection. Wolfgang used a pre-war box camera and paper. The photos actually show Helena Beltrecki herself. The paintings on the wall are black and white photocopies. Wolfgang also devised the Samlang Fleck time labels, which he fixed to the backs of paintings. To age them, he stained them with tea and coffee. The painting that brought about their downfall was a fake Campendunk called Red Picture with Horses. In 2006, they sent it to an auction house in Cologne, with the usual fake label on the back. But in 2008, the company that bought it commissioned a scientific analysis from a British expert, which showed that the painting contained traces of the pigment titanium white, which was not in general use until the 40s. Another expert then realized that the Samlang Fleck time label on the back of the painting was fake. That led to the discovery of numerous other paintings bearing the false labels, including the Max Ernst La Forêt. Wolfgang and Helena Beltrecki were arrested in Germany on August 27, 2010. Helena was released from prison in February 2013, while Wolfgang was in prison until January 2015. He agreed to paint only in his own name and to move from Germany to France. The Beltreckis say they have no regrets. Wolfgang insists he has no plans to return to forgery, although he admits it's hard. As he says, if you imagine that after breakfast you can paint a little painting that can earn you 1 million euros or 2 million euros, then it's not so easy not to do it.
(7.12) 1.
To his father's amazement, the teenage Wolfgang painted a Picasso in a couple of hours.
2.
Within days, he told her that he was an art forger.
3.
They married about a year later, and he took her last name.
4.
His greatest gift was the ability to look at a painting and, in just a few minutes, figure out exactly how the painter did it.
5.
Titanium white, which was not in general use until the 40s.
6.
He should be free by the end of the year.
7.13 Interview with an illustrator. Part 1.
Would you describe yourself as an illustrator or as an artist?
I think those are two overlapping categories. I'm an artist and an illustrator, in the way that one might be an artist and a ceramic artist, or an artist and a sculptor, or something like that. So it's a department of being an artist.
When did you decide to become an illustrator?
I don't think I ever quite decided to become an illustrator. I knew I wanted to draw, and I think I knew I wanted to draw situations. I think it was, first of all, I knew that I could do pictures in magazines. And it was, I suppose, when I was about 20-something, 23, 24, when I was finding my own way of drawing, I also wanted to get a book to myself, so that I could have not only do the drawings, but tell the whole story and design the book that in the way that I wanted to.
And when did you realize that it was going to work out for you as a career?
When I was 20-something, a bit older than that, when I'd left university and art school, I thought I managed to get a book published in 1960, and written by John Yeoman, who's a friend, and he didn't know how to write a book, and I didn't know how to illustrate it, but we got it published, and I thought, well, I'll try and keep on with this until I'm 30, and if it's not working out, then I'll go back to teaching. And I got to 30, but past 30, I didn't notice.
If a young person who was interested in becoming an illustrator, age 18, say, asked you for any advice you could give them, what would you say?
They do ask me, actually. It's very touching. They still come and say, some of them say, I'm doing it because of you, but also they ask that question. And I mean, I really don't know the answer, but it must be something about drawing and doing a lot of drawing and a lot of different kinds of drawing, because then you become completely familiar with the activity. And in a sense, that's the most important thing.
7.14 Interview with an Illustrator, Part 2.
How important is the relationship between author and illustrator?
Well, in some respect, it has to be terribly important, I think. But it's the thing about it is initially it's collaboration very often isn't what people think it is. You don't spend a lot of time talking about, shall we do this, shall we do that? I never want to do that. Essentially, the collaboration, the relationship, is with the text to begin with the book to begin with, and you have to read that first, and you have to keep collaborating with those are the messages from the writer. That is the thing that you're dealing with. You may want to talk to the writer as well, but if you can establish the relationship with the words, that's the important thing.
Are there any authors to whom you did talk a lot?
With Roald Dahl, I think our view of things in many respects is very, very different. And I think we did talk a lot, and we needed to talk. But it was on the basis of what he'd written initially, so that the way of going about it, which we established after a while, was that I would draw some pictures of what I thought the characters looked like, and the moments that I thought would be useful to draw and interesting to draw. Then I would go and talk to him about it. And he would say, could you do this and could you do that? We need to see more tortoises, something like that. But we talked quite a lot. Again, some of it was about the technicalities of the book, getting it to work better, I think. But I think to get into the mood of the book, which is a terribly important thing, is something you have to do on your own, really, I think. The author can't tell you that, I don't think.
I can imagine that an author might ask an illustrator to redraw something. Does it ever work the other way around, that the illustrator asks the author to change things?
It can do, yes. Actually, Roald volunteered to alter things. I didn't ask him to. I mean, in the case of the BFG, which we spent a long time working on, the BFG had a different costume to begin with. He had a long leather apron and long boots and that sort of thing. Of course, if you say an apron, when the character is introduced, you say he was wearing an apron. You don't talk about it after that, probably. But I have to draw it in every wretched picture that there is in the book. So he's, after a bit, this apron's getting in the way, isn't it? Because the chap has to, the giant has to run and has to leap in the air and so on and so on. So we went back and talked about what he would wear that would keep his character the same, but and that also what came out of that. We couldn't decide what to put on his feet, and I went home, and a day or two later arrived this strange brown paper parcel, which was one of Roald's own Norwegian sandals. And of course, it solved the problem as far as what he wears is concerned. But in a funny way, it also told you how near he was to his creation.
Go to Telegram to use all the texts, audio, images, and neurotrainers.
7.15 Interview with an Illustrator, Part 3.
Do you like all the characters you create in an illustration, or are some more interesting to you than others?
You have a sympathetic feeling for all of them, I think. But of course, some are more interesting than others, I think. That's not a question I've ever thought about, I don't think. Yes, I think some are more interesting, but I think the essence of that question, I'm not sure if I got this right, is that you have to be able to, whether they're nice or not, or interesting or not, you have to be able to identify with them. So that you imagine, in some sense, as you're drawing, that you are them. And that's much more important than whether you're interested in them or like them.
So you're not thinking of the children who are going to be reading the books?
What I'm interested in about children is children, and about children in books. But I'm not illustrating children's books because I love children, or because I have children, which I don't, or because anything of that kind. What you have to do while you're illustrating that book is to identify with them for that moment, in the same way that's how I know what they're doing, because I just become them for a moment, in the same way that you become the elderly grandparent, or you become the dog, or whatever the characters are.
Do you draw from life?
I never draw from life, no. I make it all up. I think I'm fortunate in that respect. I can imagine people. I do a rough drawing first to see how, where the gestures are, what the activity is, how the figures relate to each other, what the expressions on their faces are. So I get a rough drawing, and then I work from that. But I'm mostly just invented.
Do you ever draw digitally?
Digitally, curiously enough, I was probably one of the first people who did it, because I did, like 40 years ago, did drawing on a television screen. In a television studio, so that you could draw on the screen. But I haven't gone on with it. I wouldn't mind doing it. The disadvantage to it, from my point of view, is that I like the feeling of the implement on the paper. So that you get, if you have a quill or a nib or a reed pen, you get a different kind of scratch. But if you're inventing what is happening, the reed pen is actually doing it. It's not copying something out there, it's actually creating it as you're going along. So that the fact that you can feel it on the paper is enormously helpful.
Is there an artist or an illustrator that inspired you?
I was very influenced by a lot of people who were drawing when I started drawing in the 50s. Ronald Searle, for instance, who you couldn't avoid being influenced by him to a considerable extent. But the person that I think most had an effect on me was a French artist, a contemporary and friend of Searle, André François. When I was a young man, I got his address and went to see him. And then I suppose he died a few years ago. He was nearly 90. But just 2 or 3 years before that, I had an exhibition in Paris, and it was rather wonderful because he turned up. I didn't invite him. The gallery only invited him. So it was nice to think he hadn't forgotten who I was exactly.
7.16. Interview with an illustrator. Looking at language. 1.
But we got it published, and I thought, well, I'll try and keep on with this until I'm 30.
2.
And I got to 30, but I passed 30. I didn't notice.
3.
But we talked quite a lot. Again, some of it was about the technicalities of the book, getting it to work better.
4.
But I think to get into the mood of the book, which is a terribly important thing.
5.
So after a bit, this apron's getting in the way, isn't it?
6.
If you have a quill or a nib or a reed pen, you get a different kind of scratch.
7.
When I was a young man, I got his address and went to see him.
7.17. 1.
Is there a book that you particularly like because of the illustrations?
Garfield. I love Garfield. They have wonderful illustrations with the stupid human and the stupid dog and the clever cat. I love it. That would be it.
Do you have a favorite painting or poster in your house?
I have a painting I bought in Buenos Aires once with 2 tango dancers, which I'm very fond of. I dance tango myself, and it has a meaning to me.
Can you describe it?
Not very strong colors. It's sort of black and white, and she's wearing a red dress, which is also very classical tango-like, and he's in black clothes, and they're like from above. You see her leaning back. It's nice.
2.
Is there a book that you particularly liked or like because of the illustrations?
It is difficult, but I guess a book that I would enjoy the most because of the illustrations would be actually Tolkien's Hobbit and Lord of the Rings. He did a lot of original illustrations himself, and they're quite whimsical in their design. I really enjoy that sort of originality.
Do you have a favorite painting or poster in your house?
I have a really nice picture from Canada by a local artist, and it's inspired by the traditional Canadian styles, but it's black and red painting, very striking, and sort of a tribal style. And I really like that one. It's very vibrant and at the same time simple.
3.
Can you remember a book you read when you were a child where you liked the illustrations?
Probably The Little Prince, because the author illustrated the book himself, and he's got watercolor illustrations, and they're so unique and timeless.
Do you have a favorite painting or poster in your house?
I have a calendar that my friend made, so it's got pictures of all of us, which is really nice.
4.
Is there a book that you particularly like because of the illustrations?
There's probably 2 books that I can think of that I liked because of the illustrations. One is Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll, which had all the very famous line drawings in the book of Alice going down into Wonderland, following the White Rabbit. And I guess I really liked those because they kind of show you the characters and they help you to kind of fix the images of the people within the book. So I really liked that one. And another one that I liked, and I don't know if they were the original illustrations that come with the book, were Oscar Wilde's short stories. And I always remember there was a picture of the selfish giant crying in the garden. And I think I read that as a child, so it must have really stuck with me that I can still see this image. And again, I think it was just a black and white line drawing.
Do you have a favorite painting or poster in your house? Can you describe it?
Okay, I do have a favorite painting in my house at the moment. I actually got it for Christmas. And it was actually in my friend's bedroom. And I saw it and I said, oh, that's really nice. And she said, oh, okay, well, you can have it for your Christmas present. And I have it hanging up in my house at the moment. And it's two birds in a garden about to eat a plant. And it's very cute. It's not realistic. And I just really like it. It's kind of a tree, and underneath it, it said something like, we found love, which is probably sentimental. But anyway, it was quite sweet, and I really liked it. And it's in my house at the moment.
5.
Is there a book that you particularly like because of the illustrations?
When I was younger, I had this copy of The Little Princess, which had really beautiful illustrations, and I really loved it.
Do you have a favorite painting or poster in your house? Can you describe it?
At my parents' house, in my room, I have this poster that I got when we went to Pompeii when I was in 5th grade. It's a recreation of this Roman mural, and so it's this lady with flowers, and it's beautiful.
7.18. 1.
I have a painting I bought in Buenos Aires once with 2 tango dancers, which I'm very fond of.
2.
It's very vibrant and at the same time simple.
3.
And he's got watercolor illustrations, and they're so unique and timeless.
4.
I think I read that as a child, so it must have really stuck with me.
5.
It's a recreation of this Roman mural.
8.1. 1.
I'm not sure if I've ever had experience with what you would call alternative medicine. I've used chiropractic, but not everyone considers chiropractic to be alternative. I had been doing some sort of extreme exercises in the gym, and I got a slipped disc, and the pain was excruciating. And although my boyfriend at the time was an orthopedic surgeon, he told me to see a chiropractor, and I must say, it worked really well. The only problem was that although I felt fine after, I think, 3 or 4 visits, the chiropractor wanted me to keep coming back, and so I ended up having to make an excuse for not going back. I said that I was leaving the country, basically, but it worked.
2.
I'm very skeptical, about alternative medicine, all sorts of alternative medicine. In fact, I don't believe in them. Except, I guess, osteopathy, if you can call that alternative. But the only time I've had something that you would really call alternative medicine was when I went to an osteopath because I had a bad back. And at the same time as having a bad back, I had this really awful cold, terrible pain in my sinuses, and I could hardly breathe, and the osteopath said, I can give you a sort of acupuncture, but it's with very small needles that they put in your ear. And I was lying face down having the osteopath deal with my back, and I could hardly breathe, so I said, okay. So he put these tiny needles in my ear. And I have to admit that the next day, I was almost completely better. I felt so good, and it convinced me, really, that, in the sense that it definitely wasn't a placebo effect because I didn't believe in it, but I really felt much, much better.
3. I don't use alternative medicine because I think it's a waste of time and it doesn't work. If alternative medicine worked, it wouldn't be alternative. It would be actual conventional medicine. The reason that it's alternative is because we don't have any solid proof that it works. You only ever hear anecdotal evidence that it's worked for individual people. That's not real evidence. And I would say to anyone who's heard stories like that, look up the placebo effect. There's no evidence that alternative medicine works beyond the placebo effect. And so as far as I'm concerned, it's a waste of time and money. And at its worst, it could even be dangerous or harmful if people are using it in place of real medicine that might cure their very real illness.
4.
So, Having had endless pain as a result of this inflamed tendon in my foot, and after tons of antibiotics that seemed to take a very long time to have any effect, I decided to try acupuncture. It just so happened that the doctor who was doing it was somebody that I'd known from the doctor's group where I used to go to, so I went to him, and it was an extremely pleasant experience. But unfortunately, it didn't do any good at all. However, if I was very sick or something and had tried like all sorts of normal cures, I think I'd give it a try again.
8.2 plus infinitive.
Afford.
Agree.
Happen.
Manage.
Pretend.
Refuse.
Tend.
Threaten.
Plus gerund.
Avoid.
Can't help.
Can't stand.
Deny.
Imagine.
Involve.
Be worth.
Look forward to.
Miss.
Practice.
Regret.
Risk.
Suggest.
Plus base form.
Had better.
Would rather.
8.3
Think about your average day as a series of choices. You get up, you choose what to eat, you decide whether to go for a run, whether or not to have a second helping of dessert. You're constantly making decisions based on what you want versus what you think is good for you. But how do you know what's good for you? Nowadays, we are bombarded with research and statistics telling us what we should or shouldn't do. But are the numbers really right? First of all, the classic advice to eat 5 servings of fruit and vegetables a day. Does it really make a difference? Well, it's a lot more useful than just saying, eat a varied diet, because how do we know what that really means? But 5 servings may not be enough. A World Health Organization study found that in the countries with the lowest levels of heart disease, the average person was eating around 10 servings a day of fruit and veggies. So although 5 will do you good, more might be better. In the U.S., by the way, only 1 in 10 adults eat enough fruit and vegetables each day. From food to water. The claim that we should drink 8 glasses of water a day is widely attributed to a report by the American National Academy of Sciences, which estimated that we needed 2.5 liters of fluid a day, which is approximately 8 glasses. But, and this is the key thing, the fluid doesn't need to be water. For example, we already take in 3/4 of a liter of fluid from the food we eat each day. The 8 glasses of water idea might seem fairly harmless, but it has created a belief that we don't drink enough water. In fact, the best advice is, if you're thirsty, have a drink. Water, tea, juice, whatever you feel like. If not, you're probably fine. Now, the tricky question of how much we should eat, or, more specifically, how many calories a day we should consume. The standard guidelines are 2,000 calories a day for women and 2,500 for men. But this is a simplification. The actual amount you need depends on your weight and height, the amount of activity you do, and your metabolism. Some people can eat like a horse and not put on weight. Every individual is different and needs to balance their own food intake against their own calorie needs. What about sleep? Well, for everyone who tells you that they can get by on 4 hours a night, studies show that most people need between 7 and 9 hours of sleep to function well. If you regularly average less than 7 hours, then you have an increased risk of depression, diabetes, and heart problems. But sleeping for more than 9 hours a night has also been associated with an increase in health issues. So 8 hours a night is probably about right, though a little more or a little less shouldn't do you any harm. On to exercise. You've probably heard that the recommended amount of exercise is a minimum of half an hour's moderate activity 5 times a week. But even if you're doing the recommended amount, it may not be enough if you then drive to work and sit at a computer all day. A review by the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition said that an average of 30 minutes daily may not prevent unhealthy weight gain in many people. The message? Do the recommended amount of moderate activity, but try to do more if you can, especially if you spend a lot of the day sitting down. And finally, we all know how addicted our kids are to anything with a screen. But given the amount of panic there is about children watching TV, playing computer games, or going online, there is surprisingly little research into the long-term effects of screen time. So, should we limit screen time to protect our children's physical or emotional health? It's a difficult question to answer. Obviously, sitting down for too long is as bad for children as it is for adults. But a large-scale UK study of 11,000 children showed no relationship between screen time and emotional or social problems or an inability to concentrate or make friends. So while the internet may be changing how our brains work, the idea of limiting screen time to 2 hours a day isn't supported by research. Instead, we should make up our own minds about what's best for our children and for ourselves. .4 1. You're constantly making decisions based on what you want versus what you think is good for you. 2. Does it really make a difference? 3. So although 5 will do you good, more might be better. 4. So 8 hours a night is probably about right, though a little more or a little less shouldn't do you any harm. 5. Do the recommended amount of moderate activity, but try to do more if you can, especially if you spend a lot of the day sitting down. 6. But a large-scale UK study of 11,000 children showed no relationship between screen time and emotional or social problems or an inability to concentrate or make friends. 7. Instead, we should make up our own minds about what's best for our children and for ourselves. 8.5 1.
My husband's as stubborn as a mule. He refuses to go to the doctor about his bad back.
2.
She's as white as a sheet. I think she's going to faint.
3. He sings like an angel. He really should be on a singing competition show.
4.
He's as deaf as a post. You'll have to speak up a little.
5.
She sleeps like a log. I don't think she's ever had problems with insomnia.
6.
Your mother's as blind as a bat. She should get her eyes tested.
7.
She's been as good as gold. She took all her medicine without making any fuss.
8.
He's lost a lot of weight since his illness. He's as thin as a rail.
9.
When I pressed the button, the nurse came as quick as a flash and changed my IV drip.
10.
My new medication works like a dream. I feel 100 times better.
8.6 My husband's as stubborn as a mule. He refuses to go to the doctor about his bad back.
8.7 Travel and tourism. Verbs and verb phrases. 1,
Set off on a journey.
2,
Extend a trip.
3,
Go camping.
4,
Go on vacation.
5,
Cancel a trip.
6,
Postpone a trip.
7,
Wander around the old town.
8,
Chill out after a tiring day.
9,
Soak up the atmosphere.
10,
Sample the local cuisine.
11,
Hit the stores.
12,
Get away from it all.
13,
Recharge your batteries.
8.8, Describing places. 1,
I think that restaurant's overrated.
2,
The museum's pretty dull, but the cafe's good.
3,
The stores are very touristy, but we bought some nice things.
4,
The oceanfront has been spoiled by all the new hotels.
5,
It's a really lively area at night.
6,
We found a great coffee shop on a side street in Los Angeles, off the beaten track.
7,
The hotel pool is always overcrowded.
8,
The view is absolutely breathtaking.
9,
We went to a very picturesque little fishing village yesterday.
10,
The souvenirs were all plastic Eiffel Towers and key rings, really tacky stuff.
11,
The site of the temple is extremely remote. You can only get there on foot, and it takes 4 hours.
12,
It's a lovely city, almost completely unspoiled by tourism.
8.9,
I was travelling back from Spain to the UK. I was with my family. I was with my wife and 2 young children. It was 2 days before Christmas, and we were travelling back to London to visit my family there. It was an evening flight. I think the flight left around 10 o'clock, and it was leaving from Valencia. The weather there was really good, but just before we were going to take off, I was just reading the messages the last minute, and I saw there was a message from my brother. So I read it, and he was asking me whether the flight had been cancelled, because he said in the message that there was a very, very bad storm in London with gale force winds. I sent a message back to him saying, well, no, actually, we're just taking off. But obviously it made me wonder what the weather was going to be like when we got there.
8.10,
It was a 2-hour flight. Everything was normal until we got to Gatwick. As we were approaching Gatwick, the pilot came on and he said, I'm sorry, we can't land yet because there's really bad weather here, so we're going to circle for a while. So the plane started circling, and then we started getting the worst turbulence I've ever experienced. The plane just seemed to be going up in the air, then dropping, then rising up again, and then dropping. This went on for about 20 minutes. Then the pilot obviously decided he was going to have a go at landing. But as he got nearer and nearer to the ground, the wind just got stronger and stronger, and the plane was being knocked around. And I really thought, this is it, we're going to crash.
8.11,
Just at the very last moment, the pilot obviously realised that it was impossible to land, and he changed his mind, and the plane suddenly shot back up in the air, and this was a really scary moment. And a lot of people on the plane, they sort of gasped in alarm. The plane started gaining height. The pilot didn't say anything. And when we finally got up, well, really high again. Then he came on and he said, I'm very sorry, but I just couldn't land. It was too windy. And I'm afraid we can't land at Gatwick now because the airport's been closed. In fact, I have to tell you that we can't land anywhere in the UK because all the airports are closed. Everyone on the plane was sort of looking at each other. I think we were all thinking, so where are we going to land? Have we got enough petrol to land somewhere else?
8.12.
Well, then the pilot said, fortunately, Amsterdam Airport has said we can land there. So we're off to Holland now. Then we had a 2-hour journey to Holland. That was okay, fairly calm, fairly normal. And then as we came into land at Amsterdam, the pilot warned us. He said, it's going to be windy here too, but not as bad as at Gatwick. And it was quite a good landing, a little bit bumpy, and everyone was very, very relieved to get down on the ground. In fact, all the passengers applauded. We all started getting up. To be honest, we couldn't wait, to get off and get our feet on firm ground again.
8.13.
But then, just as we were getting all our things from the overhead locker, one of the cabin crew got on the loudspeaker and he said, well, no, don't get off, because what's happening now is we're going to refuel and then we're going to fly back to Gatwick. We're going to have another try because we think that in a couple of hours the weather should be better at Gatwick. And he said, if you want to get off, you can get off, but there won't be a hotel for you because this plane's going back to Gatwick.
8.14.
So then everyone had a bit of a dilemma. And in fact, what happened was that pretty well everyone who had children, all the parents, there are a lot of children on the plane because it was Christmas, pretty well everyone who had children got off the plane and the others stayed on. Well, we were really happy to get off that plane and we spent the night in Amsterdam Airport. And then in the morning, we got a train from Amsterdam to Belgium. In Brussels, we picked up the Eurostar and that took us through France, under the Channel and back to London. So after travelling all day, we finally got home around 7 o'clock in the evening, just in time for the children to hang up their stockings for Christmas. Definitely the most frightening experience I've ever had.
8.15. The history of penicillin.
I'm Nigel, and this is St Mary's Hospital in London. Humanity has always fought against disease and infection. But it wasn't until the 19th century that people began to understand the role bacteria and other germs had to play. This led to rapid improvements in hygiene, and for the first time, people could prevent infection. But it wasn't until 1928 that Alexander Fleming found a way to treat infection when he discovered penicillin here at St Mary's Hospital.
Alexander Fleming was a Scottish doctor and scientist. He was born in 1881 and began research here in 1906. Fleming was a brilliant researcher, but he was notoriously messy. After a month's holiday, he returned to find a mold growing on a bacteria sample he had discarded. As he was throwing it away, he noticed the mold was actually killing the bacteria. When he investigated further, he found the type of mold was Penicillium. Fleming named the substance it released penicillin.
Fleming realized that penicillin could treat infection, but he couldn't produce enough of the antibiotic agent to be truly effective. It looked like the end of the road for penicillin until two Oxford scientists took up the challenge.
Howard Florey was an Australian pharmacologist and pathologist working at Oxford University. He led a team researching antibacterial agents produced by microorganisms. Ernst Boris Chain had fled Nazi Germany to work as a scientist in England. He was one of Florey's most talented colleagues and was studying naturally occurring chemicals that could kill bacteria. Together, they started looking into Fleming's discovery and decided they had better reinvestigate some of his findings. Based here at Lincoln College, an entire team of Oxford-based scientists were soon working on penicillin, and by late 1940, they had invented a way to mass-produce the drug. They had also trialed the drug here at Oxford's Radcliffe Infirmary. By this time, another war, World War II, had started. Suddenly, there was a great need for a drug which could fight infection, and the American War Production Board was willing to spend big money. By 1945, they were able to produce enough penicillin to treat the entire Allied forces. That same year, Fleming, Florey, and Chain won the Nobel Prize in Medicine, and penicillin was being hailed as a wonder drug.
Penicillin was the first antibiotic, a range of drugs used to treat and prevent infections. There are now more than 100 antibiotics, which can treat all kinds of illnesses, from mild conditions like acne to serious infections like meningitis. For over 70 years, they have saved countless lives, but scientists warn we are now facing a new threat: antibiotic resistance.
Bacteria are living organisms, and like any living thing, they adapt to survive. Many strains of bacteria have evolved to fight off antibiotics, and this means some infections are now resistant to treatment. Although some of this resistance is naturally occurring, much of it is our own fault. Antibiotics have become far too widely used, meaning that many strains of bacteria have been overexposed to these drugs and as a consequence have developed resistance.
There are several reasons for this, but one of the most damaging is overprescription. Some doctors have used antibiotics as a cure-all treatment, prescribing them for minor illnesses. As a result, many patients now demand them, regardless of what they're suffering from or how effective the drugs will be. In some countries, antibiotics are even available over the counter, so there are almost no restrictions on how they're supplied.
This overuse of antibiotics has fueled the rapid growth of resistance, and if it continues, it will have disastrous consequences. Suddenly, illnesses we regard as minor could be deadly, and most major surgery, such as heart operations or cancer treatment, will be impossible to carry out because the risk of untreatable infection will be too high. But if we can control our use of antibiotics, we can limit the spread of resistance. Global legislation is required to restrict the oversupply of antibiotics, and we all, doctors and patients, need to make sure we use the drug sparingly and responsibly.
But while we can certainly slow down the development of antibiotic resistance, we will never stop it entirely. That is why scientists are urgently trying to discover new forms of antibiotic that bacteria may not yet be resistant to. The issue is now so serious that if this can be achieved, it will be the most important antibacterial breakthrough since Fleming's discovery of penicillin.
End of CD 4. CD 5. American English File, 3rd edition, Student Book 5, by Christina Latham Koenig, Clive Oxenden, and Jerry Lambert. Published in copyright Oxford University Press, 2021. 9.1. Animal Matters. Animals, birds, and insects. Young ones. 1.
Dog. Puppy.
2.
Cat. Kitten.
3.
Horse. Foal.
4.
Cow. Calf.
5.
Sheep. Lamb.
6.
Hen. Chick.
9.2. Where they live. 1.
A hive. B.
2.
A stable. Horse.
3.
A cage. Canary.
4.
A kennel. Dog.
5.
A tank. Goldfish.
6.
A nest. Blackbird.
9.3. The noises they make. 1.
Squeak. Mouse.
2. Bark. Dog. 3.
Neigh. Horse.
4. Meow. Cat. 5.
Roar. Lion.
6. Grunt. Pig. 7.
Twitter. Bird.
9.4. Animal parts. 7.
A beak.
10.
Claws.
2.
A fin.
9.
Fur.
6.
Hooves.
5.
Horns.
8.
Paws.
1.
A shell.
3.
A tail.
4.
Wings.
9.5. Animal issues. 1.
In your country, are there any organizations that protect animals and their environment, or animal charities?
2.
Are there any animal rights activists who organize protests against the use of animals for entertainment, product testing, or in medical research?
3.
Are there any national or regional celebrations where animals are treated cruelly?
4.
Are there any national parks or conservation areas where animals live in the wild?
5.
Are there any endangered species?
6.
Are there any animals that are hunted for sport?
7.
Are there any animals that are being bred in captivity in order to reintroduce them into the wild?
8.
Are there any animals that are kept or transported in inhumane conditions, for example, veal calves?
9.6.
Have you ever had a pet?
Sadly not. I've always wanted to, but I've never been able to because I'm allergic to cats and dogs.
Are you? I'm not, but my sister is, which is why we never had them either. But my kids really want a puppy, and so does my husband.
I think you probably should then. What's stopping you? You should go to a shelter for abandoned dogs.
I already have.
So you really are going to get one then?
I think so. I'm not 100% convinced, but the children are.
9.7. 1. Do you like dogs?
No, I don't, but my husband does.
So does mine. We have 3 rescue dogs.
2.
I went to Alaska last summer.
Lucky you. I'd love to go there. Did you see any whales?
No, I wanted to, but I got seasick, and I mostly stayed in my cabin.
3.
Allie doesn't have any pets, does she?
She does have a pet. She has a hamster.
Ugh, I don't like hamsters.
Neither do I. They're too much like mice.
9.8.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Food Program, where each week we debate issues related to food. In this week's debate, and some people may think this is long overdue, the subject is being vegetarian. Should we or shouldn't we be giving up meat? With me today in the studio are Abby Fisher from an online newspaper about vegetarian issues, and Dr. Mark Carroll, a nutritionist. Before we start the debate, let me just clarify that we are just debating about not eating meat, not giving up fish and dairy too, or going vegan. Abby, you have the floor to propose that we should all give up meat.
Thank you, John. People are drawn to vegetarianism by all sorts of motives. Some of us want to live longer, healthier lives, or do our part to reduce pollution. Others of us have made the switch because we want to preserve the Earth's natural resources, or because we've always loved animals and are ethically opposed to eating them. I'm going to focus on 3 clear reasons for giving up meat. First, for your health. I think it's pretty generally accepted that vegetarian diets are healthier than the average U.S. diet. It's estimated that 70% of all diseases, including 1/3 of all cancers, are related to diet. A vegetarian diet reduces the risk for diseases such as obesity, coronary artery disease, high blood pressure, type 2 diabetes, and certain types of cancer. Being a vegetarian also means being slimmer, which, as we all know, means being healthier. In a recent study where overweight people followed a low-fat vegetarian diet, they lost an average of 26 pounds in the first year, and by sticking to a vegetarian diet, had kept off that weight 5 years later. You'll also live longer. According to other studies, vegetarians live on average 13 years longer than meat eaters. Now let's move on to pollution. Many people have become vegetarians after they realize the devastation that the meat industry is having on the environment. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, chemical and animal waste from factory farms, that is, farms that keep large numbers of animals, and usually in terrible conditions, this waste is responsible for more than 173,000 miles of polluted rivers and streams, and it's one of the greatest threats to water quality today. So by stopping eating meat, you'll help to reduce pollution, especially water pollution. My third main argument is cost. If you give up meat, you'll save money. The average American spends about $585 a year on meat. If you have 4 people in your family, that's over $2,000 a year. If you start eating vegetables, grains, and fruits, instead of the 222 pounds of meat, chicken, and pork each non-vegetarian American eats per year, you'll cut individual food bills right down. So to sum up, stopping eating meat will improve your health, will reduce pollution, and will save you money. So rather than asking yourself, why go vegetarian? The real question is, why haven't you gone vegetarian already?
9.9.
Thank you very much, Abby. And now it's Dr. Mark Carroll's turn to oppose these arguments. Mark, over to you.
Well, let me deal with those arguments one by one. I'll start with the area that is obviously my specialty, and that's health. While there is some evidence that eating too much meat can negatively affect your health, the vast majority of research suggests that a well-balanced omnivorous diet, that is, a diet that includes all the main food groups, is a far healthier choice. Studies have repeatedly shown that vegetarians who don't supplement their diets with vitamin D, B12, and iron are prone to becoming anemic. And I know we're just talking about non-meat eaters, but vegetarians who don't eat fish either also typically miss out on omega-3 fatty acids that are essential not just for our physical well-being, but also potentially help with depression and some personality disorders. And I'd also like to mention that research at Oxford University recently followed 35,000 individuals from the ages of 20 to 89 for a period of 5 years and discovered that vegans are 30% more likely to break a bone than meat eaters. Now, as for the environmental argument, yes, many vegetarians argue that meat production harms the environment. But what they don't tell you, and of course they must know this, is that fruit and vegetable farming has just as severe environmental implications. The vast majority of